there exists another world. Says Badal Sarkar in Purana Kashanti, the world of theatre. There are no barbed wire fences of intimidation there, only dreams of breaking free from the barriers that bind us all. Good morning, respected professors, revered Maharajas, dignitaries, students, researchers, and one and all present here. I am Abhijit Sen, and it is my honor to extend towards you all a very warm welcome to the inaugural session of the 10th Inter-University Students and Researchers Conference 2024 on Off the Stage, Performance Practices in Postcolonial India, organized by the Department of English, Ramakrishna Mission Residential College, Narendrapur. In this inaugural session, we are joined by legendary theatre scholar Sri Samik Bandyopadhyay, who will deliver the keynote lecture of this conference. Unfortunately, Sri Bandyopadhyay is not in good health and has joined us online. The keynote session will be chaired by Professor Abhijit Sen, the Dhiren Vishwas Chair Professor of our department. And now, it is time for the auspicious inauguration of the conference by Swami Shastrakanandaji Maharaj, revered Secretary Maharaj of our ashram. He will be joined by our revered Principal Maharaj, Swami Uchitanandaji, and Professor Arjun Ghosh, the HOD of the English Department, along with Professor Abhijit Sen. And now, I would like to call our revered Secretary Maharaj to give the address of welcome.
Om Namo Bhagavate Ramakrishna. My respectful namaskars to Professor Samik Bandyopadhyay, Professor Abhijit Sen. My heartfelt greetings to Professor Arjun Ghosh and other departmental faculty members, students, researchers, and our dear and respected Principal Maharaj. This is really a very pleasing experience to see that the Department of English is going to organize the 10th Inter-University Students and Researchers Conference 2024. When I was the principal of this college during COVID time, when everything was being organized in the digital mode, not in physical mode. I remember that time also they could hold this conference. So this is really, we are really thankful to the Department of English for organizing such a beautiful event. Especially when, just after coming here, I have seen that the theme of the conference of this year. This is also very much fascinating to me. Because I like very much this drama and the theories of drama, mainly in the context of Bengali literature, as I am a student of Bengali language and literature, so naturally I like it very much. During my student life, I used to perform these things. I got the chance to be on the stage as a performer in the drama. And I am very much grateful to see really Professor Samik Bandyopadhyay, who we regard one of the legendary figures in our literature, especially modern literature, more focused on this drama, theories of drama, Bengali drama also. He has done an extensive work. And I don't know whether Professor Bandyopadhyay will be able to remember me. When I was in Vidya Mandir as principal, we were fortunate to invite him in that college, and he delivered, in several occasions he came in that college, and he delivered some wonderful speeches. I very much like to listen to him, but unfortunately today I didn't know. Arjun didn't tell me that Professor Samik Bandyopadhyay will be coming here. So then in that case I would reschedule my routine of this pasta, but I couldn't do that. So really, I think all the students of this department, the students and researchers hailing from other institutes will be enjoying these 2 days, I think 2 days conference. And this will be also a learning experience to them. You know, all of you know, and Professor Sen is there, other faculty members will be there. You know, the theories of drama in our Indian context came much earlier, in the first millennium, or in fact it may be before in the last millennium before the Christ. So I think Indian dramaturgy, Indian drama have been able to create a lot of legacy for all the Indian literatures. In Bharata's Natya Shastras, Bharat has in fact written almost 3 or 4 chapters where he tried to discuss on how the stage will be, how the auditorium will be, where the audience will sit, through which gate the performance will enter into the stage. All the details he tried to paint picture there. Even in fact, the famous rasa theory, the theory of rasa, which Bharata started in his Natya Shastra with this famous utterance, rasa ka iti padarthaha. So that rasa theory later on, you know, in our Indian aesthetics, it has gained a lot of discussions, and really that is very much enlightening discussions which we have gone through in Anandavardhana, in Abhinavagupta, in Rudrata, Manumata, Doglata, or Guntaka. Everyone has discussed a lot on this rasa theory. In the Western world also, this theory of rasa has been discussed a lot. So I think everyone of you will be able to enjoy this 2 days conference. I once again thank the Department of English for organizing this great event, and also they have given me chance to speak a little bit on it. Had I been given the chance to speak a longer topic, because especially on this one, I could have been, I could try to prepare myself, but however I didn't get it. But really I am thankful to them. Such a beautiful topic they have chosen. And I also thank you for coming over here. Once again, my respectful namaskar to Professor Samik Bandyopadhyay and Professor Abhijit Sen for their gracious presence, and I think their deliberations also will enlighten you, enrich you a lot. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Maharaj. It's always a pleasure to have you, and I would like to call upon our principal, Maharaj, to say a few words to the audience.
Om Namo Bhagavate Ramakrishna. Revered Secretary Maharaj, esteemed members of the Faculty of English, respected Professor Abhijit Sen, Professor Subodh Pattnaik has also joined us, and Professor Samik Bandyopadhyay is there in online mode. Other esteemed teachers and researchers from neighboring colleges and universities, and my dear students. My pranam, namaskar, and love and good wishes in due places. So the theme of the seminar, as has been already mentioned, of this stage, performance practices in post-colonial India. I may completely learn, but then given the present scenario, after introduction of the 4-year undergraduate program, and thanks to the adoption of new education policy NEP 2020, we could introduce a number of new courses, including skill enhancement courses such as Lokashilpa, folk culture, folklore, and then we had in the earlier semester, previous semester, a course on drama as well. A number of workshops have also been conducted. So this is definitely going to be create more interest among the students participating in those lectures, those classes. And given the fact that Swamiji was a devotee of self-esteem, so this assumes significance in our context as well. So on behalf of the department, on behalf of the college, I extend most hearty welcome to Professor Samik Bandyopadhyay, to Professor Abhijit Sen, Professor Subodh Pattnaik. Professor Pattnaik was there last year as well. So to all of them, I extend a most hearty welcome and pray to the Holy Tribe for a grand success of the event. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om.
Thank you so much, Maharaj. We will now unveil the poster for the book cover of the proceedings of the 9th Inter-University Students and Researchers Conference 2023. I request our Principal Maharaj, HOD Sir and Professor Abhijit Sen to unveil the cover page. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to call upon Professor Arjun Ghosh, HOD of the Department of English, Ramakrishna Mission Residential College, Narendrapur.
Thank you, Secretary Maharaj. It's okay, I think.
Yes, all right.
I know, it's okay. On behalf of the department, I welcome you all, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome Secretary Maharaj, I welcome Principal Maharaj, and I welcome the keynote speaker, Professor Samik Bandyopadhyay. I welcome Professor Abhijit Sen, our teacher. This is the 10th edition of Students and Researchers Conference, and we are very proud of everyone who are involved in making it alive, keeping it alive and running. I remember the year 2013 when the first Students and Researchers Conference was held. The topic was Postcolonialism. The keynote speaker was Professor Nilanjana De of Jadavpur University. The second, in 2014, it was on the topic interdisciplinarity. And the keynote speaker was Professor Chandri Nyoli, once again of Jadavpur University. In likewise manner, like a toddler, this child has now grown up and is looking up. And it has miles to go from now on. We have been contemplating and we were resolved that students, since this particular conference focuses on students and researchers' academic endeavors, that we will bring out a publication with ISBN and other formal tags, value tags, so that if their papers are published duly, they will get some academic scores, some credits. Years have passed. We have been, toying with this idea very seriously, but we couldn't go ahead. But thankfully, from last year's conference, whose subject was queer literature, whose convener was Professor Murmu, just as the convener of this year's conference is Professor Pranab Kumar Mondal. All young turkeys of the department, young soldiers of the department, who were taking this burden of hosting, of organizing this conference with the blessings of our sannyasis, monks, as well as our teachers, with great elan. Now, since the last conference, we have been able to put our elements together and proceed with the publication. So what you have seen just now with this poster is actually the front cover of the book, which would be released shortly. I welcome the participant from Delhi, from JNU. My alma mater has a right to present a paper here. I also welcome everyone from every corner of the state or the country. So I have stressed upon two aspects. First is 10th year. Second, publication. 2013's conference proceedings will be published in due time, whose poster of the cover we have unveiled. This year, this particular conference, off the stage, indigenous theatrical practices in post-colonial times, post-colonial context, will also be published under the able leadership and editorial workmanship of Professor Pranab Kumar Mandal. The third aspect, which I should stress, is our department's solidarity. I thank everyone of the department and the students, and also the enterprising ability of the present convener in making this happen. All right? Irrespective of all our other academic duties in a semester, which you can understand these days. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, as we near towards the much-awaited keynote lecture, I would like to call upon Professor Abhijit Sen, the chair of this session, to give an introduction for the speaker.
Namaskar, and a very good morning to all of you. It gives me great pleasure and immense honor to be able to say a few words by way of introduction on Sri Samik Bandyopadhyay. Many of us are aware of his very illustrious career, but nevertheless, as we know, he had started his career in teaching after doing his master's in English literature, and he had started teaching at Narendrapur University, both at the departments of drama and of English literature. He had also become later the Rabindranath Tagore National Fellow and a visiting professor at the School of Arts and Aesthetics at Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi. Among other visiting professorships, he had also visited the Freie University of Berlin for the Department of Theatre Studies. But then briefly he had veered away from teaching into the field of publishing and editing, which gained immensely with his kind of expertise. He had been the regional editor of the Oxford University Press in India. He had been the founder editor of Seagull Books, the founder editor of Thema. He's been the member of the publication committee of the Samik Bandyopadhyay Academy. And he's been associated with several other bodies in different capacities. For instance, the Asiatic Society, with which he had been a research professor. He has been the vice chairman of the NSD, the National School of Drama. He's been a member of the General Council of the Samik Bandyopadhyay Academy, a producer emeritus of both All India Radio and Doordarshan. I should also mention his very important work as a lexicographer, when he worked on two very major dictionaries with the Shamshad, the new Shamshad English Bangla Dictionary of Contemporary English in 2001, and the Shamshad English Bengali Dictionary with supplement for new words and new meanings in 2006. Apart from these, he has of course traveled extensively and lectured in the United States, in the United Kingdom, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh. He's participated in the East-West Theatre Seminar organized by the International Theatre Institute, and also the Festivals of India in USSR and Germany. He has contributed several essays, very perceptive essays in numerous film and theatre periodicals regularly. He's also been a prolific translator, translating plays of Badal Sarkar, fictional works of Moshita Devi. He's written introductions to collections of Vijay Tendulkar, Mahesh Elkunchwar, G.P. Deshpande, Satish Alekar. He even reconstructed film scripts for films made by Mrinal Sen or Shyam Benegal, for instance. And he had some very interesting interviews with the likes of Satyajit Ray, Utpal Daptu, Mrinal Sen, Moshita Devi, Richard Attenborough, Natalie Sarwate, Salman Rushdie, and so on and so forth, many of which interviews have been later published in different journals or in different anthologies. With these few words, I have this great pleasure of introducing Sri Samik Bandyopadhyay to you. And so, Samikta, it is over to you now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And before we begin with Sri Samik Bandyopadhyay's keynote address, I would like to invite Professor Arjun Ghosh once again to make any addendum to his previous address.
We salute Sri Samik Bandyopadhyay's resolve and courage that in spite of his physical condition, he has agreed to deliver this speech from the confinements of his home. Along with Sri Bandyopadhyay, we also respectfully pay our homage, our gratefulness to Sri Subodh Pattnaik, another legendary theatre personality of the country, who has turned an entire barren land, kilometers away, 30 kilometers away from Khurda in Orissa, into a theatre village with local people. There is a community theatre program. We welcome him with our heartfelt thanks. Thank you. To Sri Samik Bandyopadhyay now, once and for all.
I was looking forward to this occasion, and I had hoped and expected that I would be able to be present among you and address you directly. And when we talk about theatre or talk about performance, the immediate contact, the living contact with in this case, the speaker, who is also a performer of a kind, and the audience is so vital and so central to the experience of performance. It's a pity that just 16 days ago I had a heart surgery and I'm in a position to leave my house or my library. So you have to bear with me if I speak on the machine. And I've never been in love with any machines or machinery, because theatre is about vitality, theatre is about connections beyond a defiance of the mission. Still, under the circumstances, to address the theme of this conference, this two-day conference, in which young scholars and researchers from all the country are taking part, I would like to try to give a kind of a framework to the deliberations in which you have engaged for these 2 days. Now, when we talk about post-colonial India, what post-colonial India needed right at its beginning, and if we track the beginning down to the 1950s, for though India became independent 1947, India became a republic with its own constitution only in 1950. And the scenario, the performance scenario, as it appeared in the early 50s, was in a peculiar, unsteady, undefined, uncalibrated condition. What had happened over the years through the almost 200 years of colonial rule was that somehow the British Victorian model had been imposed on the Indian cultural scenario, and it had been given an academic validity through the universities and the teaching system, which was uniformly standardized all over the country. And through this standardization, what had happened was that a sharp divide had been worked into the performance scenario. Theatre stood apart from dance, from music, from the wide, rich range of performance practices all over the country. Another factor, worse than this standardization, this mechanical Victorian standardization, this sharp cleavage between theatre within the confines of the proscenium stage and the large space of performances in various kinds of spaces. In temples, outside temples, in the fields, in small community gatherings, all possible permutations, combinations, definitions, orientations of spaces. These were somewhat marginalized, and the central focus was on the proscenium-bound theatre, which did not have an independent tradition of its own in it, an imposition, a model, and as the model came in, and the model was given an official sanction, an official credibility by the academic system, by the academic support that was provided to the culture of the proscenium theatre. In the process, the theatre that we inherited chose for performance, the prime area of performance, was the Victorian model, not the rich continuity of European theatre, which ran from the 5th century BC Greek tradition or the Elizabethan tradition, a little over 400 years old by then, or the French classical tradition, or the great range of traveling theatres in the Latino countries, Spain, Italy, even the very different kind of traveling theatres in Scandinavia. Nothing of these but a decadent, sick, actor managerial theatre tradition, which was barely 200 years old in Britain by then. A theatre that had lost its artistic richness, confined to the histrionics, the power equations of the actor managers, the actor managers, the actor who sells, who markets his histrionic skills. And histrionic skills, which had been defined more by the vocal theatre, a theatre of speech, sound, not the body, not even the rich, vibrant space of the floor, the ground, on which the performance action takes place. A denial of these. And since the actor sells himself, markets himself, along with his dominance, his predominance, very often at the cost of the stage and at the cost of the text. The rich literary tradition, the rich textual tradition of British theatre was curved, distorted, mangled by the great actors, the great actor managers. An actor like David Garrick, priding himself at the end of his career over his improvement of Shakespeare's Hamlet by throwing away the Gravedigger's scene altogether, or even the fabulous drama, the ups and downs, and the confrontation with death. Coulson gets the pile of deaths in the final fencing scene. Garrick took pride in throwing out the fencing scene and the Gravedigger scene in a letter that he wrote back to an admiring fan at the end of his career. This was the theatre that he inherited. Along with it, as part of the projection of the actor manager, the subjugation of the actress. The actress is invariably under the control, even very often, the sexual control of the predominant actor manager. All these vices we inherited in the new urban theatres that emerged, first most prominently in Calcutta, and then a variant with a difference, of course, in Bombay. These were the two centers of the new theatre, the colonial theatre, the actor managerial theatre, a sick imputation, I would say, if you look back at it historically. And this is the theatre, which was there in the 1950s. In the 1950s, it was the first Prime Minister Nehru's vision that brought in serious thinking on the issues. Even the setting up in 1952 of the three academies, the Sahitya Academy, the Narendrapur Academy, and the Sangeet Natak Academy. And significantly, when you are talking about performance, please performance in a larger cultural context. Performance rises from the culture. Performances grow out of the cultures. They're extensions of the culture, they're growths, natural growths, organic growths of the cultures. This realization leads to a realization of the connections, the intricate organic connections between the word, spoken and written, Sahitya, the lines and images, drawn, carved, painted, crafted, designed, a space being recast, reconceived, redesigned. Let it be. And performance, where the body, the voice, in all the permutations, combinations, actions, reactions, counter-reactions, come into intricate play and interconnectivity. One flowing into the other, impinging on the other, rejuvenating the other. Sangeet Natak. And think of the wonderful idea where an architect, the wonderful architect Ravi Brahma, is asked to design the Rabindra Bhavan at the heart of New Delhi as a building where the building itself has three widespread arms on its three floors. And every arm on every floor is designed in a manner so that an arm spreads into Sahitya, another arm spreads into Lalita Kala, and the third arm extends into Sangeet Natak on all the three floors. The interconnectivity of all of these is part of the architectural design, part of the single vision. And even the idea that in the heart of the city, in the heart of the new city, growing, evolving city, in the early 20th century, it was only in 1912 that the capital of India shifted from Kolkata to New Delhi. a city still evolving. So, a square where a number of roads come and meet. And at this convergence of the different roads, at one corner, you have the Sangeet Natak Academy, Sahitya Academy, Lalit Kala Academy house together in the Narendrapur. Next to it is a wonderfully designed open-air performance space called the Mekalulam. At another entry point, a convergence of another road, you have the All India Radio Doordarshan complex. At another corner, the Sri Ram Center of Art and Culture. At another corner, the National School of Drama. And several theatres around this complex. You see how they connect. The larger perspective of borderless sharing, transmission of a culture of performance. Sahitya is after all a word that comes from Sahitya, being together. So being together, the togetherness of all this. This is a culture which slowly grows and evolves in the 50s. And with the emergence of this culture, at an official administrative level, and from the roots that had been stirred for the first time in the mid-1940s by the Indian People's Theatre Association, which went beyond the city-bound proscenium theatre culture to discover, explore, and bring over to the city, carry over beyond the borders of the different states speaking different languages, different kinds of performances, songs, musical instruments, dances, martial arts, never recognized as art. We start calling them martial arts, not military practices, not military training, but part of the larger performance culture. So this opening up of a multi-faceted, panoramic performance scenario was something that grows through the 50s, 60s, 70s. Beginning from an efficient source, it flows into local cultural practices, awareness, more local, regional researchers, into oral narrative traditions, into performative traditions, which have been ignored, which have been left confined to communities themselves. But now communities in a new nation state reach out to other communities, and they reach out through the performance idioms, through the performance cultures. More and more, even within a single language culture and beyond one language culture into another. Traveling from one language culture to another. These performance forms start circulating. They impinge on theatre also, the older theatre. And in the process, there is also a reaching back to the history of the colonial times, when for the first time in the 1930s, with the national upsurge all over the country, there were two great individual figures, Rukmini Devi Annandale in Madras and Vallamalla Narayana Menon in Kerala. In the 30s, at the same time, Rukmini Devi Annandale, a theosophist, discovers, quote unquote, discovers the Bharatanatyam, a marginal form where the traditional dancers in a very, very rich dance dramatic form can perform outside the precincts, outside the area, the sacred space of the temple. Not allowed an entry into the temple, never. Rukmini Devi brings them to the fore, brings over the masters, women, men alike, the gurus, recognizes them for the first time as gurus, brings them over, gives the dance a kind of a formal, institutionalized name, Bharatanatyam, linking it with Bharata's Natya Shastra, to give it a respectability. A marginal form becomes central to the larger cultural scenario, gets incorporated, recognized, institutionalized, codified, and the Kalakshetra in Madras comes into being. Vallatha Narayanan, a committed leftist, looking for the popular, looking for the natural expression of the people. A very, very sensitive poet himself, Vallatha, discovers the Kathakali. Once again, a marginal dance form, doesn't have a place in the temple, but just outside. Creates a Kerala Kalamandala. The two great examples in the colonial period itself of this reaching out to the roots of performance, looking for alternatives beyond and outside the colonial machine, the colonial mechanism. In the 50s, 60s, 70s, what the IPTA had discovered and practiced. Think of that wonderful visionary project in the 40s, when the IPTA sets up a commune, an old building in Bombay, an abandoned old building, where artists, performing artists from all over India come together, live together, and it houses for a little over a year. Didn't last for too long. Experiments, daring experiments, challenging experiments, rarely last for long. The thick effect. Ravi Shankar and Annapurna ji lived there. Binoy Roy, Rekha Roy, Preeti Banerjee from Calcutta. Dasrat Lal, a tram conductor from Calcutta, but a fabulous singer and drummer. He is picked up. The Urdu poet Kaifi Azmi and his wife Shaukat. They live there. They share a life. They practice. They share their arts, their voices, their bodies, the makings of their bodies. A sahitya, a sahitata of performance cultures, languages. So these are the reference points which are picked up, rewoven together through the 50s, 60s and 70s. More and more of these explorations have continued. Documentation, particularly. Documentation has become a very important exploratory field for scholars and researchers like you who are assembled here. For the last point that I would like to make is that in this whole process of opening up, experimentation, sharing, recreation, reinvestments in older traditions with fresh ideas and new ideas, the spread of performance cultures throughout India. There were parts of India where performance had never become a central, recognized experience. Marginal only, tertiary. They have come to take center stage. And a lot of permutations, combinations, these go on. At the same time, there is also a tendency of codification, even corporatization. Make it a quickie entertainment model, sell it, market it. And in the process, the life flow, the natural, organic, developmental process of a performance mode gets stunted, codified, cribbed and confined, and turns into a product. That's also happened. So what becomes important at this point of time, and particularly for scholars like you assembled here, is to go into the roots, the histories of the still surviving older performative forms spread all over India. Discover them, explore them, document them. Use your modern technological means and instruments your videography, all your recording tools. But go into the oral history. Ask the makers, the practitioners, how and from where they inherited and gathered these wonderful experiences, and enrich, reinvigorate the performance scenario, and allow the theatre to free itself from the confines of the old Victorian proscenium frame and create spaces, invest spaces with life. And it's for the scholars to extend the scenario, which has been growing over the years. Thank you.
Words will fall short in our gratitude, respect, and appreciation towards you, sir. Thank you for making the time for us, even in your ill health. And now it is almost time to start off with the first session of our conference, which will be chaired by Professor Shatokipal from Ramakrishna Mission Residential College. Simultaneously, a parallel session will also commence in room 104, which will be chaired by Sri Samik. And now, as we exit and pay our respect to Professor Samik Bandyopadhyay, we will be setting up the stage for the presenters, and I would like the session volunteers to please come through and make the necessary arrangements. A few words about our eminent chairperson. Dr. Subodh Pattnaik began his career in academia in 1999 and is associate professor and former head in the Department of English and Cultural Studies. In 2006, he received his PhD degree for his doctoral thesis titled Genre and Meaning in Shakespeare's Histories. Besides the European Renaissance, his other interests include 18th century British literature and culture, and the relationship between literature and the visual arts. Besides, Dr. Sengupta loves poetry, theatre, sports, painting, and photography. Now I would request Dr. Sengupta to please grace the dais.
Good afternoon, and thank you for that little introduction. It's a pleasure for me to be here, the college where I studied 3 decades ago. Always a pleasure to come back here and interact with students and teachers in the Department of English, and also perhaps in other departments where I still have very few, but some teachers who were there when I was a student, so it's always nice to come and meet them and speak to them. And I look forward to occasions such as this, which is in a way very galvanizing, very energizing, because not only of the intellectual rigor that's so characteristic of this department, but also because of the element of nostalgia that's always a part of these visits. It's my pleasure this afternoon to have beside me Mr. Anshuman Bhowmick, who will be presenting a paper on rock topology. I'll briefly introduce him to you. He is a cultural commentator and theatre critic based in Kolkata. After completing his MPhil from Narendrapur University, He has held many teaching positions in institutions such as Arya University, Jagabandhu Institution and Presidency University. He is also a visiting faculty at the National School of Drama in New Delhi. His talks are regularly broadcast by the All India Radio, and he contributes articles and reviews in many newspapers and journals in India and abroad. Trained in Hindustani classical music, Nazrul Giti and Rabindra Sangeet, he had been the music critic with the Telegraph for many years. He is currently the theatre critic with the Telegraph and Krittibash, a leading Bengali monthly. Mr. Anshuman Bhowmick edits Bohulubi, which is a prestigious theatre magazine published in Bengali. And now, let's all look forward to him. Yes, this is the first plenary session of this conference, and let's all look forward to Mr. Anshuman Bhowmick speaking to us on Tagore's Rock the Quarry, which all of you, as you know, is a play that was written around 1923, 24, yes, in Shillong. That is where he wrote the play 100 years ago, so that makes this the centennial year of the play. Over to you, Mr. Bhowmick.
Thank you for your extremely kind words. This being the post-translation, I'll start with two songs. And the people who are below 25, you have to identify the connection between these two songs. The first song goes like this. ভালোবাসি ভালোবাসি এই সুরে কাছে দূরে জলে স্থলে বাজায় বাজায় বাঁশি ভালোবাসি ভালোবাসি. The second song, তোমায় গান শোনাবো তাই তো আমায় জাগিয়ে রাখো ওগো ঘুম ভাঙানিয়া তোমায় গান শোনাবো. Any hand? What is the obvious connection between these two songs? Yes, yes ma'am. Third row. Fourth row, yes. Thank you so much. Both of these songs feature in this play called Rakto Korobi, which Tagore composed 100 years, no, composed over 3 years, which was first published exactly 101 month back. 100 years, 1 month back. And my paper is about the performance, the first notable performance of Rakto Korobi. Now I have a PowerPoint. I think I should show you some pictures because that would make this session a bit enlivening and also help me proceed with this presentation. But I term this presentation as Rakto Korobi 1954, a post-colonial moment initially. But then I changed my plan and retitled it as the Rakto Korobi Experiment of 1954 and the making of the post-colonial Indian theatre aesthetics. Now this seminar is truly pan-Indian in nature because it has brought scholars from various parts of India, and most of you are speaking not on proscenium theatre per se, but you are speaking on indigenous performance traditions prevalent all over India in various forms. You are speaking about the so-called non-elitist theatre practices of India. But this didn't start suddenly. It has its origin in the 1950s or 60s in Delhi, which was the new nerve center of New India, which came into existence in 1947. And the first expression of Indianness in theatre was being planned, envisaged in the early decades I shouldn't say early decades, but in the early years of 1950s. This is the cover of the magazine called Provashi, edited by Ramakrishna Chattopadhyay, which published the first printed version of Tagore's perhaps the most famous play, may not be most performed, but critically, academically, yes, the most famous play, Rakto Korobi. It was not performed by Tagore at all. He wanted to see it performed in Shantiniketan, where most of his plays were performed since 1910 onwards. But he failed to perform it, though there was one performance of Rakto Korobi when he was alive. In the year 1931, Abhijit will bail me out if I am wrong, but Tagore was an audience to it, and he didn't like it at all. He came back midway. Since then, Rakto Korobi became a sort of Shakto Korobi, because all his plays were being staged, either in Julashako or in Shantiniketan. Sometimes the team from Shantiniketan came over to Kolkata to stage their dance dramas as well, with Tagore addressing the stage as the audience come producer, and plays like Chitrangada and Shama and whatnot. They were popularly staged both as fundraisers and also to popularize this fine arts department, where the women were performing, women from so-called Bhadralok Samaj were performing gracefully on stage. But Shakto Korobi couldn't be staged because none had the, I would say, courage or the vision to stage it for the public theatre. In those days, it was public theatre. There had been at least 3 attempts to stage it before in the 1940s and also in 1951. One by a music school, very famous one called Gito Pitan, but they were all single show efforts, and they didn't have any popular or critical success at all, and they are not really noted in the media as well. It came to Bahurupi. Now, Bahurupi, you may know, is a kind of the legal offspring of IPTA in some sort of way. IPTA was mentioned in the very first lecture that we heard this morning. And Bahurupi started functioning in 1948, and they began to produce dramas inspired by Tagore's works. For example, in 1951, they staged Charod had a 4th chapter. They dramatized it and they staged it. The dramatization of Tagore's plays, of Tagore's stories and novels was not really popular. So Bahurupi was taking the road less taken, and Bahurupi was also taking the road not taken till that. Bahurupi in due course produced many of Tagore's writings on stage, including the famous Darkhor, of course, Rakto Korobi in 1951, Visarjon, and Bahurupi is the high water mark, the signpost on which our understanding of Tagore's drama is partially built. Vishwabharati is of course there, is still there. Bahurupi is almost going on. But the recordings of their performances broadcast over the All India radio channels over the years. Then came the LP records, the cassettes, now the CDs, and everywhere the sound vibes of Charlotte, Daghor, Roktokorobi are all over us. And whenever a group or a para or a club or few young people, they want to stage a Daghor, they invariably take the Bohurupi route. Doiwala or Doiwala is pronounced in the exact way Choiti Khoshal or Shauli Mitro used to pronounce those words on stage and then for the recording in a Bohurupi show. But the magnum opus of, in many ways, Bohurupi's Roktokorobi arrived in 1954, 10th of May, in a hall which may not be known to any of the youngsters out here. It's called EB Railway Mansion Institute. It is right next to the platform number 1 of Shiada station, behind Kashim Bazar Rajbari, now renamed as the Subhash Institute. Fantastic hall. In those days, the public theatre was the theatre of Kolkata. Srirangam and Star, of course, Minerva and Kalika Theatre just behind Hazra More. They were the theatres, and groups like Bohurupi, they didn't have a theatre of their own. They didn't have regular shows at all. So they had to look for such off-beat venues like this. And Roktokorobi was staged. It continued for about 21 years. The last show took place in 1975. And within a very few years, it changed our perception about modernity in Indian theatre, about the unstageability of Tagore's drama, and about the impossibility of staging Roktokorobi on stage. But most significantly, they gave India the first moment of pride in theatre. It gave us perhaps the first post-colonial moment in theatre. Why I am saying so? Well, this picture happens to be the first folder that Bohurupi brought out in the late 1950s. You see the illustration by Gagan Thakur in the cover of this Pravashi publication is almost repeated in this publication as well. But the illustrator of this folder is Khalid Chaudhary, whom we have almost forgotten. He completed 100 years a few years back. Khalid Chaudhary was the man behind the whole artistry of the Roktokorobi. He did the soundscape, he designed the stage, he designed the costumes, and most importantly, he played all the instruments live, sitting on one corner of the stage. No recorded voice was played in the 1954 version of Roktokorobi. These are some of the costumes that the new Indian theatre designer tried to sketch for the new Indian audience. Please remember, Indian art was going through a new visionary stage in those days. Jawaharlal Nehru is not really a connoisseur of art. Mahatma Gandhi was not at all interested in cinema or theatre. Well, he happened to see theatre in the markets when he was very young. You may know, he was inspired by the story of Shravan Kumar carrying his parents, but he was not a theatre person at all. Subhash Chandra was. Subhash Chandra was a regular theatre goer.
And Jawaharlal is not known for his fascination for theatre, but Jawaharlal happened to send his daughter Indira to Shantiniketan in the 1930s, and Indira Nehru was a student of Kala Bhavan in those days, and you can always see the famous photograph featuring Indira holding the floral offering for a Buddhist shrine in a play called Noti Puja, or it was Pujari, Abhijit. These are the costumes that Khaled Chaudhary was drawing. Very clearly not really inspired by Tagore's play. Because Dr. Korobi featured characters from various walks of life, but mostly the people were the working class people. The open coal mining is still prevalent in India. Asansol, go there, accidents every year, almost every month, headlines. So that kind of colliery belt was the backdrop on which Dr. Korobi was set. This is an illustration of a set of Dr. Korobi by Gagan Tagore, which was never staged, but Gagan Thakur thought the stage could be like this. Khaled Chaudhary didn't think the same way. Khaled Chaudhary's stage is out here because Khaled Chaudhary was more interested in the constant movement of masses across the stage. There was no backdrop, there was no drop scene, there was no painted scenery in the back like they used to have in Parsi theatre, which was borrowed by the Kolkata Proscenium theatre in a big way. So a new Indian theatre aesthetics was evolving with Khaled Chaudhary, a former IPTA man. He was doing the stage for the first time. So whole newness, novelty was the word that really underlined this Bahulupi experiment of 1954. And when Tripti Mitro playing Nandini took the stage, that's how she looked like. The first scene, 1954. In those days, New Empire was not only a cinema, it was also a theatre, where Tagore plays were sometimes staged. Bahulupi was looking for a new audience, comprising of the Bhadralok Samaj mostly, and they had a very easy access to the New Empire management so every Sunday morning, not every Sunday, but regularly on the Sunday mornings, Bahulupi began to stage its shows. But Dr. Korobi was a very tough nut to crack because of one major factor. Not because of the play as such. Bahulupi in those days took permission from the Vishwabharati Music Board, Vishwabharati Sangeet Samiti, who happened to be the custodian of Tagore's intellectual property when it came to performance. So every song you recorded or you performed on the radio had to be sanctioned by the Vishwabharati Music Board. Likewise, all the theatre performances based or inspired by Tagore's work had to have prior approval from the Vishwabharati Music Board. And Vishwabharati gave the permission to stage this play for rupees 20 per show. But that permission was for only one show. Bahulupi thought they would continue and Vishwabharati would gladly accommodate and reiterate its pledge that go ahead with it. But the first show was not received well by a certain section of the people close to the older Tagore Gharana of scholars. For example, the newspaper, otherwise very liberal, Juganta, they termed it as Rabindrik, not Tagorean at all. So that was a major obstacle. Vishwabharati thought twice. But but Bhowmick was lucky to receive support from many of the intellectuals of that era, including Ananda Shankar Rai, including Prashanta Chandra Mohanlal, both very influential in Shantiniketan and Delhi and in Kolkata as well. I'm looking for my papers. Now, Vishwabharati thought that they would be able to stop these shows. Bhowmick had grand ideas. Bhowmick was invited to take the stage on Nikhil Bongo Sahitya Sammelan, open air show. Bhowmick staged there, and people, they loved the show. So popular success was there. And gradually, newspapers like The Statesman, Hindustan Standard, they appreciated the show. They found that something very remarkable is happening. Finally, we have the right language of theatre to represent this so-called mystic play by Tagore. In those days, whatever I couldn't understand was termed as symbolic, mystique. And Dr. Korobi, for these last 30 years, between 1924 and 54, was often described as a Shanketik Natok, Rupok Natok, not a realistic play like Tirukumar Shobha or Shodbodh or Sheshokha, but it was more in the difficult realm of imagination. Nothing real is happening here. And challenge for Bhowmick was to find the right sonic register so that you can appreciate the sound of the play. The words in Tagore's plays were pronounced in a certain way which was removed from the way we pronounce Bangla. But Bhowmick was out there to break this shackle. They sort of tried to really unshackle Tagore from the whole gharana of Shantiniketan, which really covered up Tagore's persona up till that point. In this scene, you find three characters. The center of the stage is Amar Ganguly playing Shraddha, and towards right, Kumar Rai is playing Gosha. Nandini is of course there, being played by Tripti Mitra. Just look at the way the Shraddha is being dressed. Kurta, pajama, and if you look at the kurta precisely, he is actually wearing a sherwani. If you remove the black lines from that, it will resemble a Nehru coat, the kind of attire the Prime Minister of India used to wear when he became the Prime Minister. When Nehru watched it sometime later, Prashanta Chandra was sitting next to him and he whispered into his ears, "Nehruji, this character is you." So that is how Dr. Korobi, the play, was renewing its connections to various stratas of the Indian society, between the oppressor and the oppressed, the ruler and the ruled. And it was creating vibes all over. The last scene where Ranjan is killed accidentally, and when the Raja comes to know that Ranjan has been killed, he is surprised, his amazement is reflected. Almost the last scene, the penultimate scene of the play. As I told you, Vishwabharati was not happy about the show. And Ananda Shankar Rai wrote this to Shambhu Mitra from Shantiniketan on 12th of October 1954, and he wrote, Priti Bhajo Neshu, my dear friend. কলকাতা থেকে ফিরে আসার পর আপনাকে লিখি ভাবছি দিন পাঁচেক আগে একটা লিখে ডাকে দিন I didn't post that particular letter. রক্তকরবী অভিনয় দেখার পর সবাইকে বলেছি এই অভিনয় কেউ বন্ধ করতে পারবে না. Having seen it performed, I have told everybody that nobody can stop this from being staged. আবার হবেই, কারণ দেশের লোক দেখতে চাইবেই একদিন না একদিন. A day will come when the people of this country would love to see this. সেদিন শচীন বাবু লিখেছেন. শচীন বাবু happened to be the most important figure of Indian theatre in the early 1950s. Shochindranath Sengupta, an eminent playwright on his own, who had written the most popular Bengali play ever. You know the name? Sirajud-Dowla. Sirajud-Dowla, 1937, was the symbol of new Bengali nationalism sparked by theatre. All the Congress party leaders, all the Muslim League people, they lined up to see this play because it said, and এই বাংলা খালি হিন্দু নয়, খালি মুসলমানের নয়, মিলিত হিন্দু মুসলমানের গুলবাগ এই বাংলা. The popular culture embraced the idea that the Bengal belongs to the Hindus and the Muslims, and very importantly, a Muslim hero instead of Shivaji or anyone else, because the Bengal premier in those days was Fazlul Haq, a Muslim. So Sirajud-Dowla was a kind of ancestor that Bengal needed in those days to underline the Hindu-Muslim unity, at least in the stage, on the stage. ওখানকার দর্শকরা দিল্লিতে রক্তকরবীকে চায়. Bhowrupi received an invitation to stage this play from Delhi. It was invited by the newly formed Sangeet Natak Academy, the state academy for performing arts, per se. Bhowrupi couldn't have performed unless it had a sanction from the Vishwabharati Music Board. The pressure was everywhere. Letters were exchanged, but no results. The show was scheduled on the 3rd week of December, but till the 2nd week of November, Bhowrupi had no idea whether they are allowed to perform or not. Such was the censorship. Although the Dramatic Performances Act of 1876 was no longer there, it was lifted soon after India became independent, but there were certain censorships. And Vishwabharati Music Board happened to stand between the celebrity of a Tagore play and the printed version of a Tagore play. আপনারা যাতে দিল্লি যেতে পারেন তার জন্য শচীন বাবু সচেষ্ট. Shochin Sengupta went overboard to help Bhowrupi stage this play. Sardar Amar Ganguly and Mr. Sengupta went to the secretary of the Vishwabharati Music Board and apparently got the permission to stage this play in Delhi. Now, Bhowrupi managed to stage this show in a place called Sapru House. Now, Sapru House we don't go now, but in those days, in the early 1950s, Delhi didn't have a theatre of its own. There was no Kamani or Silam Center, forget the Rabindra Swadhan type of boxes. The Delhi had a new makeshift kind of arrangement, Sapru House owned by the Punjabis, next to the Statesman building on Palakhanda Road. Between Statesman building and the Silam Center stands the pool house. There are very small stage, smaller than this stage. And the whole New Empire stage had to fit it into this small stage. Taposh had a very tough time arranging the lights because they came from all the heights. But Bohrupi managed to stage this. The festival started from 22nd of November, continued till 24th of December. More than 40 shows were staged. Both modern Indian drama and so-called folk drama. In those days, the word folk was used. And Bohrupi won the first prize among all the performances. Something extraordinary. And you believe that who came to give away the prizes? The President of India, Rajendra Prasad, came to award the first prize to Shambhu Mitra and his group. Such was the prestige of theatre in those days. In the last 10 years and a half, Narendra Modi has never been to the Rabindra Bhavan complex in Delhi, which houses Sahitya Academy, Sangeet Natak Academy. Never. Our Chief Minister never goes to any theatre. But the President of India, and soon after, the Prime Minister of India, they graced the stages. And Prime Minister of India took special care to attend a show of Bohrupi, about which I'll come very soon. Dr. Karabi was staged on 21st December. Another play by Bohrupi Cheratar was staged 2 days back. And on 26th, the award went to Bohrupi. The curtain call for the 21st show, Shambhu Mitra at the center. To your left is Gangapado Pashu playing Udhapak, followed by Tripti Mitra playing Nandini. Just behind Shambhu Mitra, almost entirely covered, is Amar Ganguly playing Sardar. Next to Amar Ganguly, with folded hands, is Kumar Rai. Then Arati Maitro, who played Chandra. Then Taposh Sen, Delhi man in those days, he did the lights, and other people as well. The Prime Minister came. Because soon after Bohrupi won the first prize, Jugantar, for example, changed stands. Jugantar on 7th January wrote, 1955, কলিকাতা বহুরূপীর পরিবেশিত রক্তকরবী ও ছেড়াতাল নিঃসন্দেহে উৎসবের শ্রেষ্ঠ অভিনয়। এই অভিমত আপনাদের একার নয় বা শুধু বাঙালি দর্শকদেরই নয়, রাজধানীর নাট্য সমালোচক ও নাট্যরসিক দর্শকেরা সকলেই এক বাক্যে এই মত প্রকাশ করেছেন। So Delhi Darbar gave Bohrupi the final push, the ultimate push it wanted, and it was going places from then on. Very soon, within 1 year, a new modern theatre hall came up in Delhi, which still stands but now closed. It's called the IFAX Hall. All India Fine Art and Craft Society Auditorium, IFAX. And they had the best sound system, the best lights installed, and the play they invited to stage on its inaugural day was again the same play, Rakto Karabi. It was staged on 18th of February 1956. Bohrupi competed. They had 7 shows to do. They did their shows. There came a request, special request from Prime Minister's house, from Timurti Bhavan, that the Prime Minister wants to see the play along with some others. A special show was arranged on 24th of February. And look, here they are. Can you ever imagine a local MLA seeing a play? Nowadays, no. Even the councillor would scoff at the idea of going to a play. But Pandit Nehru supposedly refused to take free entry. He bought his tickets, not for himself only, but the entire first row. And the people sitting next to him were the who's who of Indian politics in those days. For example, the man sitting to his left in this picture happened to be Dev Kant Borua, a very eminent Assamese politician, a member of the Lok Sabha in those days, who went on to become the president of Indian National Congress in the 1960s. Indira Gandhi is clearly there. After Indira, it is Vijay Lakshmi Pandit, a family member of Nehru, but more importantly, the High Commissioner of India in UK in those days. Then P.C. Mahalanobis, and also in attendance was a very interesting person. On 24th February, Hindustan Standard wrote, Nehru witnesses Bhowmick's show. Prime Minister Nehru, accompanied by Srimati Indira Gandhi, was the guest in chief at the repeat performance of Bhowmick's Dr. Gorobi staged at the IFAX Hall on Thursday evening. Sri Nehru arrived 20 minutes late and was seen applauding many a time while watching this outstanding production of this symbolic Tagore drama. The story goes like this, that there came a call at the hall before the show started that Pandit Nehru will be late in coming. Could you please postpone the show for say half an hour, defer the show? Shambhu Mitro apparently said no. Let him come in his own good time, but we will start the show on time, 6:30 p.m. dot. And it happened that way. You see, there are certain areas in which Bengali theatre can take pride. One is, in Kolkata at least, theatre shows always start on time. And that pride moment and Shambhu Mitro's refusal to stage the show at a later time was maybe the inspiration behind it. Also in the audience was Prithviraj Kapoor, Shambhu's friend from the IPTA days, a very famous actor in his own rights, and in those days, a member of the parliament in the upper house of the parliament. But who was S.R. Dash? Among others present in the evening show was Chief Justice Sri S.R. Dash. Who was he? He happened to be Sudhi Ranjan Dash, who was the Chief Justice of India from 1953 to 59. And he was among the first 4 students of Brahmo Charjastram, which Tagore started in 1911. So a former student, among the first pupils of Tagore was the Chief Justice of India. P.C. Mahalanobis was of course there. Nehru reportedly read the text in advance. There was a heated debate in the parliament, which went on till 6:45. And he rushed out and reached the hall at 6:50. The first scene was already over by then. Chandra and Fagulal were on stage. Now, what does an event like this signify to us all? The Indian state, represented by the Prime Minister of India, was trying to figure out the Indianness in Indian theatre. Because within a few months of this staging, Sangeet Natak Academy held a very important seminar, a 5-day seminar called the Drama Seminar, hosted by Sangeet Natak Academy, where all the Hastyas of Indian theatre, be it children's theatre, be it folk theatre, be it mime, be it modern theatre, Tagore theatre in a big way, they all came to Delhi to deliberate on the directions in which Indian theatre would go from now on. Because from that drama seminar, institutions like the National School of Drama was born. From that drama seminar, festivals like the National Drama Competition started. From that drama seminar, it was proposed that halls with larger audiences should be erected in all the state capitals. Thus, when the Tagore centenary came in 1961, there were Rabindra Sadans all over India, which defined the Indian theatre space till date. Unless it is staged in a place like Rabindra Sadan, we don't consider a theatre as theatre. Because most of us are tuned in the cities like this that there should be a Brazilian stage. This is the basic, ingredient of a theatre, modern theatre. Jawaharlal was there, and Shauli Mitra did the honors of presenting him with a bouquet of flowers after that 23rd February show. Then very quickly all the world became a stage for Borubi. The same year, a UNESCO delegate team arrived in Delhi in the month of October. Borubi was again requested for a performance, and the year 1956 was very important because Borubi finally managed to get rid of the custodians of Tagore's legacy, Vishwabharati Music Board, because by then Jawaharlal became the Chancellor of Vishwabharati, and with him backing so strongly Borubi could stage any Tagore play, and they in fact did. In 1955, Shorgio Promotion came, Darkhar came soon after, Bishorjan came in 1957, I believe. Borubi redefined the way a Tagore's drama should be staged in modern India. And our impression about Tagore drama changed invariably with the success stories of Borubi. But not only for the Indian audience, Borubi was requested to go to Bombay to take part in a very important conference organized by the International Theatre Institute in Paris. They sent a 15-country delegation to Bombay, and they had a 4-day festival of wall theatre over there. Borubi staged Dr. Borubi on 2nd of November, which happened to be the Diwali night. Bombay was enjoying in some other ways, but reportedly 3,000 people turned out at the Ranga Bhavan open air show to see Borubi staging their most famous play. Borubi was the first Indian performance ensemble to cross the borders and go to Pakistan. In those days, Bangladesh was not there, East Pakistan. Borubi was invited by the East Pakistan government, organized by an institution called BAFA, Bulbul Academy of Fine Arts, and they staged their play, the same play, Dr. Korobi, which was attended by the Prime Minister of East Pakistan, Ataur Rahman. They used to say Pradhan Mukhyamantri. This is Kriti Mitra with foreign delegates at the World Theatre Conference in Bombay, 1958. Look, I haven't come here to stage to place an argument in favor of Bahulupi. But there are certain moments in history which makes us look back in wonder. None of the history books on postcolonial Indian theatre mentions Bahulupi's production. None. Nandi Bhatia, Aparna Dharmadkar, Rustam Barucha, nobody mentions these because maybe perhaps in 1961 the National School of Drama had a new director, Ibrahim El-Qazi, and he redefined the whole idea of modernity in Indian theatre. In the 1960s also saw a new artistic movement sponsored by the state called the Theatre of Roots, supported directly by the Sangeet Natak Academy with Suresh Avasti at the helm of affairs. They successfully displaced Bahulupi's centrality in the high echelons of Indian theatre. Shambhu Mitra was growing old by then, and by the late 1960s, he almost stopped acting and he left direction in 1971. But from then onwards, Bengal's grasp over theatre in Delhi loosened gradually. The Punjabis, people from the UP, their stakes became higher and higher. Now there is hardly anyone in Delhi to remind anyone that look, Bahulupi happened to win your hearts in the 1950s. It was the most talked about theatre group, and there Dr. Korobi was promoted as our, art, our performing art, the most important product of post-colonial Indian theatre. Words like post-colonial were not born till then. Homi Baba wasn't there, Edward Said was in school. And somewhere down the line, like that Lagan story in that famous Amir Khan film, Bahulupi's reported success, documented success as the pioneer in staging Tagore's drama for the modern stage, on the modern stage, as a pioneer in post-colonial Indian theatre practice was forgotten and almost lost. We don't have much time left. I put my case here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Anshuman Bhowmick, for what I suppose has been for all of us a very enlightening discussion on Bahulupi's 1954 production of Tagore's Dr. Korobi, and of course how that production and the other productions by Bahulupi of the same play in the years shortly following 1954 became very, very important specimens of post-colonial Indian theatrical performance. A very informative presentation, I thought, particularly the section where you talked about the Prime Minister's visit to one of those shows, along with other important delegates, including the Chief Justice of India. And then this slide that we have here, where we find Tripti through interacting with foreign delegates in Bombay. Now, of course, the paper will be open to further discussion and questions, but at the outset, I'll try and set the ball rolling with one question that seems to intrigue me. This relates to the fact that there are actually two questions that I'd like to put to you. And then after that, of course, anyone in the audience can ask questions. We have, how many minutes do we have, Pranab, for the discussion? Pranab, how many minutes do we have for the discussion?
Actually, no discussion, not much, but just maximum two questions.
Two questions.
Maximum 2 questions.
All right. So, yes, we'll have two questions, but then, yes. Now, the success of this play, the way that you have put it in your presentation, is largely because of Bhowmick's production. How much has Tagore to do with this success and with making Dr. Gaurav such an important play in the Indian post-colonial movement of the 1950s? What I mean is Bhowmick's performance, in a sense, outweighing Tagore's own writing of the play in making the play so successful on the stage?
Tagore, of course, wanted it to perform because no play is complete unless it is performed on stage. Tagore failed to produce it because of apparently want of a right mountain. Initially, he had Ramakrishna in mind. It didn't happen, and there were some other options, but he didn't do that. But the success of the 1954 experiment set the ball rolling for more Tagore plays performed by people who are not from Shantiniketan. Because up till that point, Tagore's drama was confined to Shantiniketan, Gaur Prangon, Durashako, and that's almost all. So that other people, other groups can also perform a Tagore play. There were a few incidents like the IPTA doing a Visarjan, where Utpal Datta also played a very insignificant part. But Tagore was confined to the Rabindrik Baloy or the Tagorean Gharana. But Bahulupi was successful in bringing Tagore out in the open. Why Tagore should be studied and performed was to some extent cemented by the success of this Bahulupi experiment.
Thank you. And now maybe we have questions from the audience. Yes. Could you come here? Can he have a microphone? Is there a cordless microphone anywhere?
Very excellent discussion. But my question is the success. What is the main cause of the success? The main cause of success is the international appeal for Ravindranath, that it is the protest of industrial society in Rakta Kalavi, and in the context of they want to state that it is socialism and it is the success of the performance of Bahulupi. What is the main cause actually?
Well, both, you were right, as you said so. In those days, the early days of Nehruvian era, the socialism was, one issue that we were really serious about. And Tagore was and Nehru was a socialist wearing some other garb. But the success is, of course, artistic success. The way the acting was assembled, the way live music was added to it, and the way a kind of post-modern theatre practice was, practicalized by Bhowmick. And it was not clear that it would be a success. And please remember, Bhowmick's Dr. Kharabi was not really a very popular show, but it was a critical success. It was applauded by the central government, by the state government and State Academy of Arts as the most important specimen of modern Indian theatre. So artistic success, media success and diplomatic success, all these came together to make this production a canonical one. The Tagorean canon had to include this production of Dr. Kharabi, and it inspired people like Shankha Ghosh to look seriously into theatre, because he was among the very early people who wrote incisively on this production by Bhowmick.
There's he wrote an essay in the early part of this century, 2001, 2002.
He was in his college in the 1950s. He saw it a bit later.
Any other question?
I mean, could I just come in there a bit in the context of the question asked here and what you were trying to say, Anshuman. I mean, it is very important to see the play text Dr. Kharabi 2024 and the performance of Dr. Kharabi 1954, both as relating to its contemporary reality. That is where the success of these two, as a play text and as a performance text, really lay. I mean, Rotuldant was distinctly using Dr. Kharabi as a sharp criticism for the Western kind of materialism which was happening at that time in Europe. So in that sense, he was very much moored in the contemporary ethos of the times. At the same time, what Bhowmick was doing through its presentation, Bhowmick was actually relating to the contemporary conditions. And the point, for instance, that you mentioned about Shobhmitra keeping absolute time for the performance, despite the Prime Minister himself being late, that was in fact setting a kind of disciplining for the theatre people. This was something that he thought was very necessary. I mean, if the theatre had to be the theatre of relations, this is one very important idea that needs to be drilled into the theatre people. In that way, Bhowmick, through its various productions, was trying to relate to the new emergent nation and the kind of theatre that it was creating for itself. I mean, you must remember that 1952, when Shobhmitra is doing Dashachak, that is the year when India is going in for its first voting, first general election. Therefore, standing at the junction of the general election, Shobhmitra is using this particular play to remind the people of the dangers of the brute majority. So this is what was happening with Bhowmick, and Dr. Kharabi falls in place there. So this element of contemporaneity, I think, is important vis-a-vis both Rabindranath and Shobhmitra in that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So well put.
I don't think we have time for further discussion on this paper now. And of course, we always have the luxury of interacting with speakers outside the conference hall at other times. Thank you very much, Mr. Bhowmick, for your presentation. I think we must now make way for the next session.
And now, I'd like our student volunteers, Shrijit and Shankadi, to felicitate Pattnaik sir and Professor Shashwati ma'am. Before Professor Halda introduces our plenary speaker, a few words about our esteemed chairperson. Dr. Shashwati Halda is professor in the Department of English of Jadavpur University, Kolkata. She is also the coordinator of the Center for Victorian Studies of the same university. Her research interests include 19th century British literature, literary ecology and culture, the Anthropocene, functional and communicative English. She is the editor of the Confidential Clerk, an international interdisciplinary online journal of the Center for Victorian Studies, Jadavpur University, and the Dickens World, post-imperial readings in essays and studies, Journal of the Department of English, Jadavpur University. Under the UK IERI Faculty Exchange Program, she visited the School of English and Victorian Studies Centre of the University of Leicester, UK, to facilitate towards cementing the connections between the Victorian Studies Centres of the two institutions. She is also the recipient of the Charles Wallace India Trust Award for short research. She was the principal investigator of a major research project titled The Spanish Gypsy and Daniel Deronda, George Eliot's Others at Home, funded by Jadavpur University, and also the coordinator of the project titled Literary Ecology in 19th Century Bengal, funded by the Rashtriya Uchchatar Shiksha Abhiyan 2.0. Now, over to you.
Good morning to all present over here. Really grateful to Prono and the Department of English to invite me to chair the plenary talk of such an illustrious figure and to introduce Sri Subodh Pattnaik. Born in 1964 in the state of Orissa in eastern India, Subodh Pattnaik is one of India's foremost theatre personalities of contemporary times. As a graduate in drama from Postcolonial University in the early 1980s, Pattnaik was initiated into social service and practicing theatre as a tool for social awareness, which later helped him shape his theatre practice and name his theatre group Natya Chetana, or Theatre for Awareness. Pattnaik was formally initiated into social work when he was part of the NSS, National Social Service unit of his college. His idea of calling his theatre People's Theatre also comes from his intention of making theatre for the common mass of his home state to raise awareness relating to their marginalized conditions. His importance as a theatre practitioner in India lies in his conscious projection of anything Western, for example, theatre style, use of performance elements, then actors training. For example, songs, folk tales, dress, props, acting techniques. Some of the key features of his theatre practice include addressing the concerns of the masses, avoiding any form of Western influence in theatre, reporting to indigenous culture, and avoiding any form of Western influence in theatre. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce Sri Subodh Pattnaik, and my familiarity with him, it goes a long way back. When I started supervising Pronob's thesis, which was entitled Eco-Theatre in North and Northeastern India, Select Practices. and he has very justifiably dedicated a chapter of his thesis on Sri Pattnaik's eco-theatre in Orissa. So without further delay, I would request Sri Pattnaik to begin his presentation.
Thank you, Madam, for your elaborate introduction. I must thank also Ramakrishna Mission College and English Department to give me an opportunity to give a voice to the grassroots in a platform like this. So whatever I will say, this is not exactly from only my head. It is by the participation of many grassroots artists, many people in common mass who have contributed a lot to conceive and give a shape to theatre. I was just like a mediator, but I was an artist to arrange this in a manner so that it will draw the attention of the world. And I follow this period of post-colonialism, and my entrance to the theatre was from 1980s. In fact, I was an engineering student, and due to ragging, I had to leave that place. And just like today's youngsters, suddenly I discovered that two mega film stars are the teachers of a drama department, and I wished to join them just to become a cinema hero. So my whole ambition was to do that. But everything collapsed when I got into the course. I was a very good student in my the normal career, so I wished to be a good student also in theatre. That drove me to different directions, and finally I landed in a concept of theatre for awareness. So let me start my presentation, but I'm not an academician at all. I'm not a researcher also, but I do research in my way for my work in the grassroots in a different manner. So if there will be any mistake, please pardon me, and I may jump some time, and you can put any questions at the end if you think that you wish to know more about that or this. I'll start with this. Initially, when this society came up, in Natyacharna we had a play about wild men when there was no language. So they wished to be together. So at that time, the body language was the only way of communication. Then very gradually in the due course, the spoken language took a shape. In Orissa, we have 61 types of tribals, and out of them, 6 have been identified as PTG group. It's a prehistoric tribal group or something like that. And 61 types of tribals, they speak 21 different dialects who cannot understand each other. But one of the 15 language which we get in our currency note is a language called Odia, which has its own alphabet. So Odia became the official language for our land. And the name of our place, which was earlier Kalinga, then it was Utkal, then after forming this new state, on the basis of the language, our state name became Odisha. So after spoken language, the human society wanted to spread out their things and to keep something for next generation. So beyond oral tradition, they wanted to get into writing. So the alphabets evolved. So the written language became another communication for us. But in the written language, the language became orphan. Why? Because the written language didn't carry any sound, didn't carry any visual. And that also gives us theatre persons very interesting openness to interpret any word or a sentence in any different manner. So same script has been interpreted in different ways to perform. So this language, when earlier was in spoken language, it was having sound and visual. But when it became written language, then the sound lost and the visual lost. So during the time of scientific era, the human scientists, they discovered radio to at least add in the alphabets to the sound. So the radio came up. Then after the radio, the cinema came up to give it a visual. So they thought it will give at least some kind of foster parent to the language so that it can communicate more effectively. But now finally they wanted to decentralize the whole process by making internet used by mobiles. So now we have in our own hand this scientific technology of communication. But all these are controlled systems, controlled mechanism. Radio is controlled, television is controlled, and the mobile also is controlled. You know that in mobile, whatever you, in the name of social medium, you convey, everything is kept. It is observed. It can be hacked. It can be used for anything. So we believed theatre, which was the earliest form of representing own life, was having language and the sound and visual, everything together. And at that time, the emotion was the main language. So Bharat Muni wrote Natya Shastra. As a guess, we say that it is in 5th century BC. But there, Ras Utpatti, emotion, was the main mission of theatre. So emotion became a language. Very recently I was attending some event and there was a talk saying that this is Odia theatre, this is Korean theatre, this is Chinese theatre. I said, okay, as far as the place is concerned, we may demarcate. But if you think that this play is written in this language, that is why this is Bengali theatre and this is Hindi theatre and this is Odia theatre, I deny. Because spoken language is not the language of theatre. Emotion is the theatre. So that is why we enjoy a Manipuri play when Ratan Dhyam is doing a show here, or Kanyalalji doing here in Nandikal festival. It is fully packed in Ras. We also see international productions in their language, spoken language, but we enjoy that. We demand that. We wish to see that. So the communication is more with emotion. I say that the language, written language, the spoken language, maybe it is from brain to brain communication, but theatre is a communication between heart to a heart. It is not to a brain. If any theatre is just conceived with the brain and not touch the heart, then it will not live long. And when the long life gets into theatre when the emotion is ensured. Always theory never comes first. First practices are there, then out of that, wise people, they derive what is the best way and they create a manual or a principle. So when 5th century BC Natya Shastra was being written with principles, then we must believe that there was theatre before, and that was among the folk, among the people, without any written principles. So that was in a folk mode, which got codified in principles in Natya Shastra. I am talking about India. And for your reference, I pay visit to many different countries and discover that in the world there is no other country have any manual of theatre, having all directives for dramaturgy, for direction, for acting, for song, music, even stagecraft, everything is there. So, like spoken language, when got into written language, that also became within the framework of grammar. So that is Shastriyata. So this way, our folk theatre got into principles in further days for classical dramas, but because it was with the mass, you see, in India, there is no classical theatre existed because it was promoted by kings and it was for the sake of the king, it was there. But because there was folk theatre practice, so even till today in Orissa, we have more than 15 types of folk theatre still existing, still in practice. If you come today, you go and see it. So, like Jatra and Dhuduki Nata, 2 photographs I have given, but there are 15. Pala, Daskathiya, Sancharnath, Ramlila, Krishna Lila, so many. That is all in practice. Coming down to the British time, Kolkata became the entry point of Britishers, and to exploit the resources from here, they were supposed to carry it by ship. So the port city, Mumbai, which was shortest distance to England, so Bombay became their economic capital. That was the main transit. So that is how, in these 2 places, British got a kind of their establishment. So these 2 places and these 2 areas became the capital of British theatre. I liked the word Victorian theatre yesterday. So, and at that time, just like exploiting the resources here, the Britishers, they also realized that divide and rule policy will be continuing till we break the social and cultural gatherings, and they couldn't make a control system on rural areas to stop or have a control on their theatre. That is why for the city theatre, to control them, because they were having criticism about social issues, they came up with dramatic performing art, but they couldn't apply it to the villagers. So the folk theatre was there. So they wish to convince our mainstream theatre directors, groups and people, viewers, that our indigenous theatre was a backward theatre. It is not a advanced theatre because we don't use any modern gadgets, no scientific gadgets. There is no lighting, there is no stage technology, and there was no sociology of present days. So it was all, the folk theatre was all around mythology. So that is why they established our theatre as a backward theatre. But in Orissa, the folk theatre people, they were very wise. They had developed at different time improvised theatre without following exactly mythology to criticize the then rulers. For example, Dhanujatra in Bargarh, which is an environmental theatre, they convert two villages into Gopur and Mathura, and they really get into using the main road. The police station became the jail, and there was a big stage improvised for Kansa. So they wanted to develop the image of British rulers just like Kansa Raj. So the Kansa became the main hero of that play, and that used to go on for 12 days, and they connected it to mythological connections with Krishna killing the Kansa at the end, and they start with a particular moon calendar day to end with another day. So they get into rituals of doing that to cover their own intention of protesting the Britishers. And Britishers couldn't know, but the public knew that this is for this purpose. The same way Mughal Tamsa was evolved during Mughal days, before British, which is still there. And Mughal Tamsa is just like a king who wishes to do whatever he wants and everybody wants to please them. So there they get into episodes which is criticizing the kingship of Mughal time. And we have Prahlad Natak in a particular time 600 years before, when there was a kind of a attack on the family life for raising questions about how to balance the mindset and the wisdom of the juniors with the seniors. So Prahlad Natak was a best episode where Prahlad is not directly protesting or violently protesting against his father, but he believes and he continues to believe, and Prahlad Natak became very popular as a protest against the father's wish. So these are the three phases of post-colonial period. The first phase was after 1950s, when the British model of theatre was institutionalized. Through very many different drama departments, Western drama was being promoted. And then second phase, it came after 1970s, when outsiders, the foreigners, they criticized our theatre as a very minor theatre or a under quality theatre, because it was just an imitation of their form. Only our characters and our language was on the stage. So that is how there was a freedom struggle again in theatre field, where 5 senapatis took the lead. And Kanhaiyalalji in Manipur, discovering different ways of acting. Badal Sarkar, who wanted to score different space out of the proscenium. B.V. Karant, who has attempted to do something with theatre music. to make it free from British style. And then we have Ken Panikar, who promoted Sanskrit theatre, and B.V. Karant, Habib Tanbir, who got training in London and was director in Europe but left and got into rural area and from his own cultivated land field, who were workers. Out of them he chose some illiterate actors and started doing genuinely an Indian style of theatre. So this was a freedom struggle after 1970s, and that was continuing, and there was a second generation was being promoted also by the government initiative. So in my word, it is a Parda Hatao Abhijan. Matlab, the proscenium theatre was having a the screen in front, and it was disclosed just before the production. But in Indian style of theatre, there was no parda at all. So our theatre was free. It was under the sky and in open air. So I say parda hatao abhijan, matlab we have to make it free for the audiences. So this now onwards, 2000 onwards, we are yet to depart from the proscenium cage, but still struggling, even though there are many forms established, and there is need to have documentation. We need to have books, publications on this, and we need to also have institutionalized the way British institutionalized through drama department. We must have different departments, drama departments, to score the possibility of developing modern Indian theatre, where we should be different than others. In 1986, Natya Chetana started, and as Madam said, it was out of a wish to do social work through theatre. But it took 5 years to conceive the role of theatre and our identity, because we got confused in our identity that whether we are social workers or we are theatre artists, who we are. So through this 5 years journey, we conceived the theatre activism, and we could discover that Natya Shastra said that theatre is not just for amusement. Through Ras Utpatti, it should create awareness and educate the masses. So that is how जो काव्य था उसको दृश्य काव्य बनाने के लिए उनको बोला गया था सूत्र लेखो, how to make it visual. That is why theatre is to see, it is not to hear. When we do a performance, we call our friends in this language, please come to see our play. Because at that time, they already had realized that by listening, it is less communicative than by looking. So to look, theatre was being evolved or emerged. So that is how we many times make a joke that many theatre I see, they ask me to take lunch with them, but they give me breakfast. They call me, please come to see our theatre. But in the theatre when I enter, the whole time I hear, I less see, more hear. If I don't know the language, I can't understand the play. So that is why when we in theatre, Natya Chetana went abroad, this was also a question. How European audience, Korean audience can understand our play when it is the spoken language is Odia. But to best of our surprise, when we had already researched on this and practiced on this. So absolutely there was no communication gap. I denied to have subtitling on the stage. I denied to disclose the story before. I denied to give synopsis of scenes before, but every time it was fully communicated. And okay, Bengali is very close to Odia, so there is no surprise that our plays have been appreciated here many times, and we have appeared in Nandikar जैसा संस्था का जो national festival होता है. So we have appeared more than 5-6 times, and all on the demand. So that is how our theatre got two missions. First, we got a training in 91 from Badal Sarkar. So we wanted to search a idiom of Indian theatre style. From there we learned that we have to be a freedom fighter. Then second, we learned from the folk forms that we must have a position to question or to respond to our problems, even asking or challenging the rulers. So these two missions, we began this organization, and we formed two different models, psycho-theatre and intimate theatre. So these are two models. It was evolved within a period of these 5 years, that we will stick to cycle expedition to reach the rural masses who have the major mass in our country. According to Gandhi, India lives in villages. So we tried our theatre to be for the mass. And when we say mass, that doesn't mean only working class or poor class or oppressed class or deprived class. We say it's a mass meaning everybody. This includes the all classes. It is not only for one class or a particular class. It is for the mass. So our play has been appreciated in Calcutta by the same audiences who see National School of Drama production, Nandikar production, etc. The same play is appreciated and effectively used in Daringbadi, Kalahandi and other places in the rural areas. The same composition. And for urban audiences who are habituated with one-sided stage space, so we do for them productions of one-side audience composition and performances, but we never use any kind of proscenium facilities. So that is how we have two different models. So I'll just go on jumping to slides, you can see. For us, we give very big attention to subject as well as the form. Why? Earlier there was tablet to treat a disease of a patient, but then the idea of capsule came up. So what is the difference between the tablet and capsule? The major difference was that the tablet was very bitter and very strong to accept by the tongue. But when the capsule began, I remember in my childhood, it was also sugar coated anytime. So they wanted to make it beautiful by its cover design and also very sweet, to give a pleasure to take it, not to hatred the medicine. So it was being invented. But the idea of capsule is not to make the patient happy. The idea is to treat the disease. The same way, theatre, the subject is the main idea to treat the disease, the problem of the society and the story on the front, or the performance on the front. But the way it is presented, the style, the form is also very important. And to best of my surprises, the companies spend crores of rupees to decide what kind of color their capsule should be, the design should be. Because they study the psychology of the patients, the patients who are under fever, what kind of colors they can catch, what kind of colors they will have trade, what kind of design they will get in. So this kind of research is going on for the form of presentation of that capsule. So the same way we give utmost attention to both the parts. Our idea of social development or the purpose of theatre is for just like a tree. The tree starts from a seed, then the root comes up, then one branch comes up, and then the branch is branched out with many small branches, then the leaves come up, and then the fruit comes up. So this is the same way we made an idea in 1991 that if this is the way to change the society, if the people's mind will not change, if anybody will not change their mindset, then they cannot get into a changing situation in practical. So in this whole process of the tree, what is the role of theatre? So our role is just to attend the mind of the people, which is underground. So that is why many donors, when they ask me, what is the benefit of your theatre? Tell us. I say we are underground actors. How can I show? Then I ask them, if I show you one-story building, can you tell what is the depth of this foundation of this building? You cannot say. There may be a plan for 10-story and the foundation would be very much deeper, but due to financial reason maybe one story is complete. But you cannot say how many stories it will go on. So that is the same way. We cannot say in visual what is the impact of theatre in the people's mind unless until they act on it. So but our duty is to push them to act. That much I can say. So, and theatre is an art to make them happy. So, I mean, they have to take it as a pleasurable moment. So how to get a happiness, there is no formula to it. Nobody can give a guarantee. So that is how theatre cannot give a guarantee that if I will do a play against smoking 10 times, then there will be 100 people to change their habit. I cannot say that. So that is how we say we can only give on as a duty like a farmer to the water, to the root, to make it alive. So that is how we follow this figure. For us, the awareness level, what is our target by our theatre, is having only 4 steps to go. The first step is we attend the people as if they are sleeping or as if they are pretending to sleep. Then we give information to their brain to open their eyes. And then we hit their heart, and people have to be surprised, and they must realize our information as very important for them. So that is the 3rd level. Then the 4th level is that people should respond that they are worried about the subject and they should do something about it. So they will search approaches, how to solve the problem. So these are the 4 steps which can be completed by theatre, not beyond that. Beyond that is a political process. There has to be political activists to take the relay race stick in their hand, to go further, to make them unite, to make a branch, and to divide responsibility, like branch out. And then people's attempt of unity has to be there, and then they will get a fruit. So this part is not our business. So this clarity came up to us in 1992. So we really perceive theatre is a process. It is beyond theatre as a product. Many times people think of only product, how to make our performance best, but never take care of how it is made, who decides the subject, how it is created, what kind of form it is being chosen, who writes the play, and what is the role of the playwright, and what is the role of the actors, the designers, the supporters, and how it is going to be implemented, so that we have a track to know what is we attacked like a bomb, but how many are affected, we must know it. So now I will get into Natya Chetna process of theatre making and taking psycho-theatre as a model. And we decided to do only exclusively original plays of Odisha, not to translate anything. And we must connect it to the life, in original life in our case. So either we refer to our literature of Odisha, or many times we go to the people to learn this. So our journey begins with going to very remote places. And we go with a team, having all scientific gadgets to document. Then we collect evidential documentaries, and we meet many times rural or tribal community, and we get their original roots. We were talking about theatre of the roots. So we go to the roots, what is their original expressions in the term of food, cloth, song, music, dance. So in one village, this is a range of musical instruments they had. So in particularly tribal form, which we give more emphasis, because we know that all classical music or any form, we go to the root of any kind of nature. Like rhythm is from streams or vocal music scale discovered from the birds, something like that. We go to the nature anyway. So who are closer to the nature, they have to be innovative in our art forms. So till today, without harmonium, all the villagers, they sing in tribal villages in the same scale. And there is no dance teacher for them, but they dance as a group all the time. They don't have any solo performance. They are always a group. And all the groups, they do dances perfectly without any stepping problem. And we have variety of musical instruments from different pockets. So we merge subject with the form, when we do a play for their region. That is how in our theatre village we have a museum of 30 musical instruments. So like the form, we also research on subject. So this is one example how we do a research on water. Then after all these documents, we come to our theatre village. Our theatre village is the laboratory to invent the medicine. So this is 30 kilometers away from Bhubaneswar, and it is in a lonely place. So we have different spaces of activity. The process of making a theatre begins with self-discovery. We say all the participants of a play have to discover who they are and what is the subject they are going to attend. Then we build a team. There has to be team spirit. So they come from different parts of Odisha. So for a temporary period of 2-3 months to become villagers of our theatre village. So they have to build a team spirit. And theatre is a very interesting process because theatre is a group art. It is not by somebody, one person. Then we sensitize them what is drama, because many of the tribal, particularly in area, they don't have any form to perform and to view. There is no form that there is a restricted place where somebody will perform and others will be sitting down like audiences to view it. So we expose them to different theatre productions nearby and make them sensitized through games, what we call as dramaturgy and what is drama inside it and what is dramatic conflict. So this is a game about dramatic conflict. Then we orient them through the documents we have from the field, because all the team members have not gone there, only very few. Then we go for a script building. The alphabets comes first, and then we add voice on that. So we perform like a radio play first to fix the soundscape. Just like landscape, we fix a soundscape. Then the physical preparation come in. Then the theatre making and rehearsal. Then when the play is ready, we get a selective audience to come for a critic show. That includes variety of people, like theatre art people are there, and social actors are there, and who do not do any theatre but only see theatre. That kind of audience representatives are there. We also are sensitive to gender, so we also have women, men, children. So we want our play to be enjoyed by all setup of the mass. So this is a kind of critic show where you get representative of the mass, where there are very good playwrights who are eminent playwrights of Odisha, who are theatre directors, who are eminent theatre directors of Odisha, who have nothing to do with social work. They do play in Bhubaneswar, place it in Rabindra Mandap, and get a name and fame and awards and all that. And then we make a critic show sometime in the field. If we have any doubt, we go to the field, and before the cycle expedition starts, we prepare the performance before local similar critics to respond about the subject as well as the form. Then the cycles get ready, repaired. Then the cycling starts. Then we declare, all on a sudden we arrive, before we don't have any declaration that we will go to some villages. The route is prepared and the local organization becomes a partner, but they don't declare it when we will arrive and what is going to happen. So we arrive, we declare it, and we ask, if you like it, please donate something. Then the play goes on. And this is mostly with a physical theatre because it is carried by bicycle. So there are few reactions on the ground, few faces. And in this kind of play, we don't wait for any clappings. If there is a clap, we think our play is a failure play. Because the villagers, they do not know where to clap, how to, and how much to clap. Because clapping is a borrowed idea to express your happiness. And so till now, the politicians, they have other indicating persons side, at the side of their speeches to give an indication to the audiences in the political field. They do like this, clap, and then they stop. So this kind of habits we don't want, and rather because the play is about their life, we want their psychology to be disturbed. So at the end, they should start questioning, start debating, start arguing, or start discussing about it. So I have also video of that. And at the end, because we declare, we get this kind of contribution, rice, vegetable, some coins, every villages. And we also ask them, if it is a lunch time or dinner time, we ask them before we start that we will eat here. So they also give us food, and this is the way as they do in their villages, using road as the dining space. So we also eat whatever they give us, whatever. Then we take rest on the trees if it is hard time. Then we are back or either to next village. So this psycho-theatre, we stretch that to 1.5 hour play to make it intimate theatre. So psycho-theatre used to be a 35-40 minutes play, and long play is for urban, about making them aware about the villages and their role in the same context, to make and sensitize the middle class of the cities mostly. So intimate theatre we call it because the subject and the form is very intimate and we don't depend on any auditorium situation. Suppose if you ask Natya Chetna to come and perform here, there is a stage here and there is also space there. If this gallery would be like little gallery-like situation, then we may prefer to play there. We don't want a gap of this long distance here. So if we will perform, we will ask all you to come very close so that we can see. For buses, we use buses to go from town to town, from long distances. And our theatre is different from British, even though we use the proscenium theatre space, because we follow non-realism on the stagecraft. There is no lights cut, there is no light cutting, there is no light operation, there is no color lights, and we don't use this both side wings for entry and exit. The Nepatya is always behind, opposite side, because it is referred from the Natya Shastra design of stagecraft. Then music is always by musicians and actors live, not recorded music. So we don't use any scientific gadgets on the stage. And our stagecraft is also with bamboos and rope. So Madam was referring our theatre as eco-theatre because first of all it is cycling, second we always get very close to the ecology, and third because our stagecraft and everything is supporting ecology. In fact, Natya Chetna has decided 5 thematic areas to attend in its whole life, in whole journey, and one of them is environment. Then others are like women. The other is that economic exploitation, cultural degradation, and break of unity. These are 5 areas we attend. So this is just a kind of to share with you how our stagecraft we make, and we go to any town, any place and make our intimate theatre for the urban audiences just by covering 3 cottons around our stage acting area, and there is a 3 feet height barrier to make that as a Nepatya, and all the artists they sit down there and they enter to the stage area in both the sides. So only in intimate theatre we have a set design. The space is designed. So we take inspiration from the route to make a stagecraft. Like here there is a play about water. So we took this blue step is from a folk theatre, Prahlad Natak, which is being used for many locations. So we improvise that, and because we get a step in all the ponds, so we first do it with small tooth sticks, and then we come up with a proper set design with bamboos. So this is something like that. So people, all the artists, they make it. No technicians are used for making our settings. So these are few models which I show you as a model of set design of different plays. All these 3 plays have come to Calcutta also. This is one is Suom, one is Chring Chring, and another is Fulo. So actors are getting into training of Bachik Abhinay Angik Abhinay, and also Aharya. So in our case, actually according to Natya Shastra, all the types of acting, when you say, there are 3 components to create rasa, which is sattvic. Out of 3, 2 are for eyes, but very rare groups, they really attend the aharya part. They only say design, they have some attempts, but they never train the actors how to make use of the place, the utensils or whatever it is. Because I see many times, even in Calcutta and other places, the stagecraft is more decorative, not usable. It's all decorative support. There are walls to establish that this is a drawing room or a bedroom or whatever it is. But how to use that by the actors, how connect they are with that wall, there is no scope. Only going, coming, something like that. And we use a lot of masks in our play to make it more visual. And people used to compose a play with only having a space like length and breadth, but there is a height we must take care. So that is how we should do that, and that is how we also always take care of the height part of it. Like innovative live music. This is an Austrian theatre music student who was there, and our representative was completely illiterate, but they both decided to innovate musical effects for a play on water. Here I play a role of like a facilitator, not like a dictator. So that is a main value to make the play more participatory. How much time we have now? It's already gone? I can just write down. These are different spaces where intimate theatre we take. We just show 5-6 slides are there. So these are few slides of different intimate theatre. The final is that we appreciate one concept of milkman and alcohol shop. So wine shop. So कबीर बोले थे कि आपको दारू बिकना है तो कहीं पे भी बिक्री करो, लोग आ जाएंगे, लेकिन दूध बिक्री करना है तो द्वार द्वार जाना पड़ेगा। और दोनों को पूछेंगे तो दोनों बोलेंगे कि हम हमारे पेट के लिए कर रहे हैं, लेकिन चॉइस इज योर्स, आप दूध बिक्री करेंगे या अल्कोहल बिक्री करेंगे। तो हमारा चॉइस हुआ दूध बिक्री करना, तो हमको द्वार द्वार जाना पड़ा, चाहे साइकिल में हो चाहे बस में भी हो। सो आई थिंक विद दैट आई विल क्लोज माय स्पीच एंड थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर हियरिंग मी।
I don't know really what one should say after such a brilliant and detailed presentation. It's very interesting to know, it's very interesting to know about the inception of Natya Chaitanya in 1986, and also about its very important role in its extensive engagement with ego theatre in focusing on socio-economic, political, environmental crisis. And not only that, but a very important role to play is to motivate people to save their community from anthropocentric capitalist forces. So, I would really like to thank Pattnaik sir to make us ecologically, environmentally aware of our responsibility towards making the real purpose of theatre practice a success. At least I have something to take back home with me today. And after such a brilliant presentation, now it's time for any questions, observations, comments from the audience. Yes, I should specify that. Huh?
We have time for only one question. So he is here, so participants can ask him questions always after this.
Yes. So,
Thank you, sir, for your nice and classic presentation. My two questions, sir. You have a vast experience about 3 decades on the theatre awareness. But according to your experience, as the name of the theatre is theatre awareness, how long the people have been aware according to your experience and in the context of the response of the people, audience, response of the audience. And second question is, the current age is the time of social media and artificial intelligence, and the time of post-truth society, where the false knowledge in terms to the false, true. In these situations, how do you motivate the common people in this theatre?
About the impact or effect on the audiences, I have told that theatre cannot be a magic stick to touch and make a flower. But out of 51 times we have done cycle expedition by 2020, before COVID, I can say that there are more than 10 examples where we have significant visible impact after we come back. For example, about hybrid agriculture, about farmer suicide, we did an expedition in Kalahandi, and there are few farmers who got a follow-up by the local organization and decided to have a common land to try out organic farming. And they have closed down with a anger, few fertilizer and pesticide counter in their local weekly market hut. They closed down. And in one place, we did a play about the minimum wages of the workers, the laborers. Then many laborers, they stopped working with some contractors. So contractors came and stopped our play in one place, but they had to pay more in that area afterwards. Otherwise, the whole the major mass of that area didn't go for labor. So this has also happened. And we have got seriously beaten by a few people when we did a play against an industry for its pollution, and in a particular village where there was beneficiary of that industry, by giving land they have got service and all that. So they thought if our play goes on, then their company may close down. This became a fear. So they tried to beat us and stop us, but we continued. And something like that, I can give example of like this for about maximum 10 places where we have seen. But I know there are many, as I said, it is an impact of the product. But according to the process, many artists, almost more than 1,000 artists have passed through our intensive workshop for doing plays, are now very much placed in different places, and they still connect me and make me a call. Just few months back, one person made a call saying that, sir, do you remember? They call me Bhai. Subodh Bhai, do you remember me? I was being promoted by a local NGO, a Gandhian organization, because I was silent. I was not able to talk. But after the production of Kalapani, the cycle expedition, my mouth became more fluent to talk and to give speeches. Now, in this last election, I have become the Sarpanch of our area. So this is one of the process outcome, you can say. So there are many such impacts are there from process also. I would say both process and product have some impact. And secondly, this time we have seriously problem of, we are in a transition, I can say. It's a challenge to motivate people to do again this kind of activism. But we are hopeful that we will definitely overcome. Because technology cannot win over the life. Now our jatra, the form of jatra has become industry. Now it has become such a big industry that movie stars are getting less money than a jatra artist. And each jatra company has to invest more than 4 crores. There is no Odia film which invests more than 1 crore. So in that way, I am not supporting the jatra of this time because they are making movies on the stage, but the live performance and picture performance, the 2-dimension and 3-dimension, have a very big interface now, and they are in tussle, and our 3-dimensional live performance wins over. So the live performance will exist. Our super cyclone came, thousands of cinema houses are broken. So the cinema got stopped, but theatre goes on. So till the human life is there, the theatre will alive. So definitely there will be no problem. Thank you.
Please. Now, this line of yours that technology cannot win over life, it reminds me that how beautifully Narcochetana has made the use of pro-environmental props, then simple yet artistic, aesthetic stage, the indigenous elements that are used, the innovative live music. So all these indigenous elements can also help in making a very powerful impact on the social development and making the real purpose of theatre, which you have been talking about so extensively in your presentation, a huge success. So thank you very much, sir, and thank you, audience.
It's very difficult to come up with the right set of words for this incredible presentation. Please let us have another round of applause for our plenary speaker and our chairman. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much.
It's always an honor to have you here at Narendrapur. And thank you, ma'am, for chairing this session.
Any announcement from the next event?
Yes.
After 10 minutes break, tea break, sorry.
We will shortly begin our first session for the day. Please take a note, the parallel session will also commence in room number 104. I request the presenters of the parallel session to please proceed to room 104. Volunteers will be available to guide you. And before I call upon the chairperson, Dr. Samik Bandyopadhyay, for our first session, I request the presenters to come up on stage and check their PowerPoints. The student volunteers will now felicitate Dr. Abhijit Sen. Over to you, Pattnaik sir.
डायस में अभिजीत सर को प्रणाम और आप सबको स्वागत है. So this is my privilege and I am feeling very honored to be with Dr. Abhijit Sen in the same dais, and I feel also additionally honored to get the chance of introducing him before all of you. So welcome to the session. Dr. Abhijit Sen is a professor of English, formerly of Vishwa Bharati, Shantiniketan, and currently the Dhiren Biswas Chair Professor at the Department of English in this college. His chief areas of interest includes Renaissance studies, theatre studies, and Tagore studies. He has contributed several research papers, chiefly related to his field of interest, in scholarly journals and anthologies. He has edited Shakespeare's Macbeth with introduction and annotations in New Delhi, Pearson Longman 2009 has been published, and co-edited Rabindranath Tagore and the Nation, Essays in Politics, Society and Culture. It's in Kolkata, Punascha and Vishwa Bharati 2011. He has been guest editor for the special issue of Rabindranath's East-West Encounters, Performance and Visual Arts of Sangeet Natak, Volume 46, numbers 1 to 4 in 2011, New Delhi Sangeet Academy in 2013. He has also translated Rabindranath Tagore's Taser Desh as the Kingdom of Cards in Essential Tagore, edited by Fakrul Islam and Radha Chakraborty in Harvard University Press 2011 published. His recent monograph, Rabindranath Tagore's Theatre from Page to Stage, has been published by Routledge, UK in 2022. So being a professor, being a researcher, being a writer, now another role. He has been speaking in many places. Now he is going to speak on this topic, Rabindranath Tagore and theatre towards a post-colonial paradigm. So let us start hearing from him, and after that, if you have any questions, we can proceed with that. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Subodh, for that very kind introduction. We are already running a little behind time, but let's see what we can do about it. But first of all, I must thank the Department of English here for giving me this opportunity to come and share with you some of my thoughts. And I am very happy to be a part of this seminar, which is mainly focused on post-colonial theatre in India. Now, therefore, I think I need to begin, since I'm going to talk about Rabindranath, how I see Rabindranath as a post-colonial figure. Therefore, I think we have already been talking about the 19th century developments, but in spite of that, when we use the term post-colonial, I think there are two ways of doing this, one with the hyphen, the other without the hyphen. When we keep the hyphen there, we mean something like a post-some event, therefore after the colonial engagement, after the colonial presence. But when we remove the hyphen and talk of post-colonial, it becomes less of a periodic term, more of an ideological term, which is talking about disengagement from the colonial presence, which can happen even while the colonial masters are present there. Rabindranath's case belongs to the second category. He was dead even before 1947, the so-called independence and final colonial disengagement for India. But Rabindranath was somebody who was moving into attempts at disengaging with the colonial even when the colonial masters were here. Therefore, I would consider Rabindranath a post-colonial from that angle, and the kind of theatre that he was involved with, setting a kind of, I believe, a paradigm for the post-colonial theatre. But before one moves into theatre, because I am going to talk about Rabindranath as post-colonial, which is very much a political concept in its own way, I need to briefly, though it will not be very brief, I'm afraid, but we need to take a look at Rabindranath's engagement with the nation. So he had moved through several phases in his ideas with the nation. There was an early censure of the British excesses in essays like Contorod or Ingrajo Bharatbashi. And then he was talking about a syncretic Indian civilization in first Bharatbashi Itihash. Later on he writes Bharatbasher Itihash and Bharatbashiyo Samaj. Then he comes to a more constructive idea of what can replace the idea of the Eurocentric nation, and that is Swadeshi Samaj. And therefore, the constructive agenda through essays like Badhyo Pratikar, so on and so forth. But in the course of that, he was rejecting what I say is a Eurocentric concept of nation state and trying to project nation as Samaj. But at the same time, we need to remember two things. One, he did not want to totally dismiss everything European, particularly when the wave of universalism was sweeping over him, the universal fraternity, which he started talking about. And therefore, he thought of no East-West divide in the context of knowledge, for instance, in the concept of modernization, for instance. That would have to come. But of course, with a difference. Unfortunately, I can't go into all those details, but let me try and look at some of these. But before that, the fact remains that in spite of his universalism, Rabindranath's position remained firmly rooted in an anti-colonial locatedness. I will pick up three instances from his long career to show how this was available throughout his career. The first was in February 1877, the second in May 1919, the last in June 1941. The first was when he recited a poem, Dilli Dorba, in a Hindu Mela. He is not yet 16. This is 1877, 1st of January, Victoria had been declared Empress of India. And the Indians had gone absolutely gaga over that. Here was Rabindranath sounding a very different note. British Vijay Korea Ghoshona, Arje Gai Gak, Amra Gabona. Amra Gabona Horosho Gan, Eshuko Amra Jikojon Achi, Amra Dhoribo Arak Tan. I've given you the translation of that. May 1916, when he is 58, he is responding to the Jallianwala Bagh massacre. And it is a very powerfully worded letter to the then Viceroy, Lord Chelmsford. I'm not going to read the whole letter, but just a section from it. It is not so much because the British are foreigners that they are unwelcome to us, as because while pretending to be trustees of our welfare, they have betrayed the great trust and have sacrificed the happiness of millions in India to bloat the pockets of a few capitalists at home. I should have thought that the decent Britisher would at least keep silent at these wrongs and be grateful to us for our inaction, but that he should add insult to injury and pour salt over our wounds passes all bounds of decency. We must at this point remember that Rabindranath for long had a faith in the borrowing grudge, the great English, who comprised the English nation in Great Britain, who were the repositories of everything good about English culture. Opposed to them was the Choto English, the small English, who had come as the colonizers to India and had unleashed an oppressive regime. Rabindranath had a lot of faith in the borrowing rage for long. But even after Jallianwala Bagh in 1920 itself, when he was in England and the trial of the Dyers was happening there, the British Parliament said nothing. It almost condoned the massacre of Punjab. Rabindranath was extremely disappointed even with the borrowing rage. He left Britain and went off to America and Europe. Mind you, when he was protesting against the Jallianwala Bagh, his was the lone voice. A congressman like Bipin Chandra Pal took refuge under what is called very common prudence. And even Gandhi remained silent as long as the martial law was imposed on Punjab. And he thought Rabindranath's burning letter was only premature. And 1941, the end of his life, he would be dead by August 1941. He had crossed his 80th birthday in May 1941. And he's responding to Elena Rathbone's comments made on 28th May 1941. And this is what he's writing on 4th June 1941. It is not so much because the British are foreigners that they are unwelcome to us, as because while pretending to be trustees of our welfare, they have betrayed the great trust and have sacrificed the happiness of millions in India to bloat the pockets of a few capitalists at home, etc., etc. The Bishop of Calcutta, Reverend Westcott, had tried to defend Eleanor Rathbone, and Rabindranath had been extremely critical of him as well. And much of this is voiced in what is probably his very last essay, Shobhuta Shankot, Crisis in Civilization. I just quote one line from there. The demon of barbarity has given up all pretense and has emerged with unconcealed fangs, ready to tear up humanity in an orgy of devastation. Therefore, all the faith that he had in the borrowing rage, all the faith that he had in the European civilization seemed to crumble. But of course, Rabindranath, being Rabindranath, did not lose his faith in man. Therefore he said, and I shall not commit the grievous sin of losing faith in man. Perhaps that dawn will come from this horizon, from the east where the sun rises. But along the line, therefore, he was continuously rethinking nationalism. Not the Eurocentric concept of nationalism, but a different kind of a nation, if at all one should use this term. He had responded to Rena's essay in his own essay in 1901, Nation Ki. And he says, nation is an untranslatable word in Bangla. There is no equivalent, Indian equivalent for nation. What we rather have is a more cohesive, organicist kind of Samaj. In Bharatiya Samaj, he writes, though I have the English translations there, I think I will quote a bit from the Bangla. Amader deshe Samaj Shokoler Boro. This is 1901 Bharatiya Samaj. And then in that very seminal essay, Swadeshi Samaj, 1904, he makes very important statements. Like, সাধারণের কল্যাণভার যেখানেই পুঞ্জিত সেইখানেই দেশের মর্মস্থান. Therefore, it is in the collective welfare of the people that the Samaj really is. And in the Porishishto part, he says, ইউরোপের যেখানে বল আমাদের সেখানে বল নয়, ইউরোপের শক্তির ভার স্টেট অর্থাৎ সরকার, আমাদের দেশে কল্যাণ শক্তি সমাজের মধ্যে। এই জন্য সমাজের স্বাধীনতায় যথার্থভাবে ভারতবর্ষের স্বাধীনতা। And therefore it is a very different kind of a political system in India. In fact, in another essay written in 1929, very late, called Rabindranathir Rashtraneetik Mot, he had written, এমনি করে দেশ ছিল দেশের লোকের, রাজা ছিল তার এক অংশ মাত্র, মাথার উপর যেমন মুকুট থাকে তেমনি। সকলের চেয়ে বিপদ হলো এই যে দেশের লোকের কাছে কিছু চাইলে আর সাড়া পায় না। Therefore, at one point of time, king was a part of the social system. But if the king was not available, if there was need for a school, if there was need for digging up ponds, people who could do that would come forward and do that. That was the way the indigenous society in India functioned. Not everybody was always looking up to the king, looking up to the administration to help. In fact, one must remember the occasion of the Swadeshi Samaj essay was such a condition of tremendous drought when it was decided that the government should be petitioned for more wells. And Rabindranath made these comments there. What we lack is Atma-Shakti, self-empowerment. We need to come up with that. We have lost that because of the presence of the British. In Swadeshi Samaj, he had made a remark, Samaj বাহিরের সাহায্যের অপেক্ষা রাখে নাই এবং বাহিরের উপদ্রবে শ্রী ভ্রষ্ট হয় নাই। The allusion therefore being, the presence of the British have made the Samaj go Sri Bhrashto, lack of Sri. Sri incidentally is a very important concept in Rabindranath, which I'll come to in a while. Very similar thoughts about India being a country of no nation, so on and so forth, nationalism being a great menace. I'm just skipping all that. But, sorry. As I said, towards the end of his career, he was moving towards internationalism. By 1921, he was showing a definite inclination towards universal fraternity. And in 1919, Roma had drafted this declaration of the independence of the human spirit, to which Rabindranath, along with several other important minds of the times, was a signatory. I quote a bit from Ramakrishna's declaration. We do not recognize nations. We recognize the people comprising all men, all equally our brothers. And it is in order to make them like ourselves aware of this fraternity that we raise above their blind battles the arch of alliance of the free spirit, one and manifold, eternal. So this is the way his ideas of the nation had been moving. And then theatre. Alongside came ideas about the indigenous theatre. You see, Rabindranath was very much into ideas of nation building. But unlike the other thinkers, he was also thinking of a cultural space for that nation. What kind of song will that nation sing? What kind of dance? What kind of theatre? I mean, one must remember that nowadays, even in our middle-class families, when little girls sing or dance, that is because of Rabindranath. At one point of time when he was introducing all this, song and dance was a term for the society. That middle-class young girls can dance, can sing on the stage even, is something that Rabindranath shows the way. So also with theatre. He has not written much on theatre per se, but Rangamancha, of course, is the most important tract, where he is definitely showing his preference for the indigenous jatra as against the proscenium theatre, particularly the proscenium theatre with its realistic trappings. I'm not going to read all of that, but I think this is necessary. যে দর্শক তোমার অভিনয় দেখিতে আসিয়াছে তাহার কি নিজের সম্বল কানা করাও নাই, সে কি শিশু, বিশ্বাস করিয়া তাহার উপর কি কোনো বিষয়ে নির্ভর করিবার জো নাই? যদি তাহা সত্য হয় তবে ডবল দাম দিলেও এমন সকল লোককে টিকিট বেচিতে নাই। এ তো আদালতের কাছে সাক্ষ্য দেওয়া নয় যে প্রত্যেক কথাটাকে হলফ করিয়া প্রমাণ করিতে হইবে। যাহারা বিশ্বাস করিবার জন্য, আনন্দ করিবার জন্য আসিয়াছে তাহাদিগকে এত ঠকাইবার আয়োজন কেন? Instead, the English I've given there, that's the translation of my friend Shopun Chakraborty. So the spectator is there for entertainment. Why are you trying to deceive him? That's the point he's trying to make. And incidentally, may I just, most of you are students of English literature, if you stop to think, there he is also very subtly talking about what theorists of reader response have talked about in later times. Let them interpret. Leave it to the spectator. He has not left his intellect locked up at home. He has come here, he is there to interpret. Why don't you leave it to him? This is Rodolda in 1904 Ramakrishna. And then Ramakrishna is not the only one. In Phalguni, he writes a Shuchona, a prologue for the later performance of Phalguni. And then he makes a debate between Chittopot and Chitropot. The scene of the mind, the pot in the Chitto, and the scene that is painted, the Chitropot. I'm not moving into that, the saying of the Kobishikha. He's also coming back to the same idea in the preface to Taupati. The prologue to Phalguni was 1916 for the Calcutta performance. The preface to Taupati is 1929. And then also he's saying, আধুনিক ইউরোপীয় নাট্যমঞ্চের প্রসাধনে দৃশ্যপট একটা উপদ্রব রূপে প্রবেশ করেছে। ওটা ছেলে মানুষ, লোকের চোখ ভোলাবার চেষ্টা। Therefore, that's being something that is supposed to be children's plaything. He was very, very aware of the happenings in the contemporary public theatre. And he knew his kind of theatre was not that kind of theatre. He had been invited to act with Shishkumar Madhuri, but he refused. And in fact, that first quote that I've given you, he told Moni Bagchi in an interview that my kind of theatre is different from the one Shishkumar has been brought up in, and therefore it is not possible for me to act there. And if you see how he tells Moni Bagchi also that he stayed away from this theatre of Girishon. Incidentally, Rabindranath by that time was also already thinking of an alternative theatre. He used the term little theatre. In what is reported in the Nachkar Patrika, these are supposed to be his opinions. We don't have Rabindranath's written ideas on this, but he apparently said, I want a little theatre, small theatre, not a very large one. Something that would ultimately cater to a different model of Indian theatre. Okay? So he was able to bring in this idea of an alternative theatre with his relocation to Shantiniketan in 1901. Therefore, from 1908, the new crop of plays which came up at Sharadotsav was a new direction altogether. In fact, the staging of Sharadotsav in 1911 was very, very interesting because there was just a blue backdrop in the rear, and Abhijit wanted to introduce a mica-sprinkled umbrella, a Raj Chhatru. Rabindranath got that removed. He said, why this? I don't want a Raj Chhatru. Abhijit writes it in his Gaurva himself. And therefore it was everything a bare stage. The stage should remain clear and fresh, and the umbrella was removed. That was a bare stage, a very appropriate setting for the road and the Betoshi, which was the river on the banks of which the second scene was held. Phalguni was the other important seasonal play, which was staged first in 1915 in Shantiniketan and then 1916 in Calcutta. And once again, the staging of Phalguni also had a blue backdrop at the back. The stage was strewn with leaves and flowers. On the two sides were two swings on which two small boys swung gleefully to the accompaniment of songs, etc. And Shrutendranath Dutta, making a review, had written, a tinge of green on the blue backdrop, as though the sky and the forest had fused together into one oneness. So this was the kind of staging for Phalguni, even in Calcutta. I just noted down there Jitendralal Banerjee's response, because he was not very happy with this staging of Phalguni in Kolkata. He thought that the Raja that he had seen in Shantiniketan in 1911 in the open air, it was not really open air, it was a barnyard, that was a much better fare. And Jitendralal had said the performance, he was referring to the Raja performance, took place in a large barn-like structure with a crudely improvised stage and amid scenery and surroundings of quite a primitive character. Dress, equipment, stage furnishing, there was an air of improvisation over the whole thing. And yet, all of it was in wonderful congruity and harmony. I can't resist the temptation of bringing this point in, though I know I'm going to go beyond time. But that is, you see, in Ramakrishna you had made another very important point, and that is, why do we have to follow the European realism of using actual females for female roles? That is crude barbarism. And in Shantiniketan, of course, for logistic purposes, he did not have girl students there. He used the young boys to play the female roles. Therefore, yesterday you heard of Sudhiranjan Das, who had become the Vice Chancellor of Vishwabharati, the Chief Justice of India, watching Dr. Korobi. He was the first Sudarshana to play Sudarshana in the Raja performance of 1911. Of course, Rabindranath was a very evolving artist. Therefore, when he had girl students, he changed his track. Girls were invited to play. Anyway, but then Rabindranath was also, as I said, a cosmopolitan, because he had changed track from early nationalist stance towards his universalism. And he was talking about opening his windows even to the West. Therefore, he's writing against the ideas of, primarily against the ideas of Gandhi. It hurts me deeply when the cry of rejection rings loud against the West in my country, when the clamor that the Western education can only injure us. It cannot be true. And in Creative Unity, he writes, let me clearly say that I have no distrust of any culture because of its foreign character. That is the way he had left his windows open for the confluence of cultures. He was responding to different cultures, particularly by this time he was traveling to Japan, to Indonesia. He had seen their dance forms, and particularly he was extremely happy with what we had seen in terms of the dance forms. Therefore, this is what he's saying about the Japanese dance. একদিন জাপানি নাচ দেখে এলো, মনে হলো এ যেন দেহভঙ্গির সঙ্গীত, খাঁটি ইউরোপীয় নাচ অর্ধ নারীশ্বরের মতো, আধখানা ব্যায়াম, আধখানা নাচ। তার মধ্যে লম্ফঝম্প, ঘুরপাক, আকাশকে লক্ষ্য করে লাঠি ছোড়াছুড়ি আছে। জাপানি নাচ একেবারে পরিপূর্ণ নাচ। And with the Japanese dance, he said, এখানে এদের প্রাণ যখন কথা বলতে চায় তখন সে নাচিয়ে তোলে, মেয়ে নাচে, পুরুষ নাচে। এখানকার যাত্রা অভিনয় দেখেছি, তার প্রথম থেকে শেষ পর্যন্ত চলায় ফেরায়, যুদ্ধে বিগ্রহে, ভালোবাসার প্রকাশে, এমনকি ভাড়ামিতে সমস্তটাই নাচ। I have translated that for you there. Now, because of this, he was in his final phase of the dance drama, moving to his theory of theatre as dance. Therefore, dance becomes theatre for him. The idiom of dance is something that he latches on to. In fact, he had told Romarola, which Romarola jotted down in his diary, theatre has to be a kind of dance, the rhythm of which will go hand in hand with the rhythm of the poetic text. There is nothing more ridiculous than the Western style of reciting poetry along with the gross realistic imitation of everyday gestures and postures. Therefore, it has to be a different kind of idiom, a different kind of dance idiom. Yes, that was Romarola's noting, the last one. So, he was also influenced by the Manipuri dance. He brought over Manipuri, he brought over Bharatanatyam. All these dances shaped together his dance dramas of the final phase. I have there some notes from different reviews that you have from the different dance dramas. He started with Champachul, moved on to Chitrangada, which had already been written as a verse drama much earlier, moved on to Chandalika, again had been written as a prose drama in 1933, recast as a dance drama in 1938, and finally Shama, also a dance drama form of the earlier poem Purishod. And for instance, for the Chitrangada, statesman noted, it is a ballet, yet rebelling against its accepted conventions. It is a pageant of dances, yet its theme, dramatic elements and continuous story carry it on a plane higher than recitals of thematic dances. So, for Chandalika, the statesman reviewer says that it is actually a dance version of Kathokata. The way the Kathok would recite the story and move into enactment, that is what has happened in the dance drama Chandalika. Therefore, it takes on a dance idiom of its own kind. Shama, again as I said, was earlier Purishod, the poem, later on becomes a dance drama. And it's very interesting, there were several dance idioms collapsed together in creating this dance drama. There were Kelunair, as Bodrushen, was dancing in Kathakali, a very gesture-inflected Kathakali. Nondita Kripalani, who was dancing Shama, used Manipuri and Bharatanatyam. Mrinalini Swaminathan, later Saranai, she was dancing Uttyo in Bharatanatyam. And the Japanese dancer Maki and Anangola, they were using the very masculine dances of Gandhi, of Kathakali again. So all that came together to create the total form of Shama. But I've been talking primarily about form now. But it is not merely form. Even in content, Rabindranath had certainly made a movement towards anti-colonial / post-colonial position. And one of the most remarkable plays, or the two most remarkable plays, would be Muktodhara and Raktakarmi, 1922, 1924. But I have Raktakarmi here in mind, where the stage setting is merely a bare stage with a background curtain of a net at the back. The whole action takes place in front of it. Naturally, it is not, mind you, the locale for all the scenes. I mean, the miners could not be gossiping in front of the Raja's palace. It must have been a different locale. But there is no change of locale on the stage, because the scene that is there, that net, is an abstraction of Jokhur, the idea of Jokhur. Rabindranath is not going into the details of realism. He is using the idea of an abstraction. That is what Jokhupuri means. Okay? And of course, as I was telling you, this idea of Jokho is extremely important to him. Jokho, mind you, is the god of wealth. Lokhi is not the goddess of wealth. Jokho is the god of wealth, acquisitive wealth, who hoards wealth. Lokhi in Ved is referred to as Sri. I refer to the term Sri. Sri is elegance. Sri is prosperity. Sri is grace. Lokhi is not the goddess of hoarding wealth. And for Rabindranath, Sri was a very important concept. So much so that ultimately he renamed his school for rural reconstruction as Sri Niketan. The Sri is the very important concept, and here Rabindranath is using the idea of Jokho, and in a later essay that he had written, Shikar Milan, which he had written after he had come back from America, this is what he had said: Lokhi is of a kind, Kuber of another. The difference is vast. The inner essence of Kuber is acquisition, which leads to amassing of wealth. There is no end to this amassing. 2 into 2 is 4. 4 into 2 is 8. 8 into 2 is 16. The calculations leap on like a frog, and the range of the leap keeps growing. If you remember Raktakarbi, Shonar tal tule anchi, ek taler por dutal, dutaler por tin tal, and there is no end. It is amassing of wealth. That is what Jokhupuri symbolizes, and that is what Rabindranath was trying to criticize. This criticism of the European nation state, which was there in the state, quote unquote, state formation of Raja, Shardar, Goshaiswar, and so forth. And the other state as Samaj of the miners, with their collective memories, the collective memory of the song that floats in. The song is not there in Jokhupuri, the song is coming from far. Nandini is not a person who is of Jokhupuri. Nandini has come from a different place. Bhagwan will tell Nandini, Tumi to amadiri ghorer meye. They are a different community. And the exploitative system of Shardar is a different community. The European nation state against the Swadeshi Samaj. This is the way he was trying to formulate Dr. Korbi. And of course he had said that had he the courage of Banditi, he could have given his king also several heads, like in the Ved. The system of exploitation which goes on with its several hands and several heads. That is the exploitative system. He says here, there is a king in my drama. Writing in the present times, I did not have the courage to equip him with more than one head or two hands. Had I the nerve of the ancient poet, I would have done so. The bars of science and technology have added innumerable but invisible hands, feet, and heads to the human entity. That the king of my drama extracts and devours by such excessive powers is indicated in the play. Therefore, the Eto, Shardar Raja's Eto, the lives being made into the leavings, and which is described to Nandini by the professor. These small ones are consumed to ash, that the great ones may leap up in flame. This is the principle underlying all rise to greatness. ওই ছোটগুলো হতে থাকে ছাই, আর ওই বড়টা চলতে থাকে শিখা। এই হচ্ছে বড় হবার তত্ত্ব। And Nodini of course dismisses and saying, "Oh, the Rakshasar তত্ত্ব." That is it. It is the demon of barbarity that he talked about in Crisis of Civilization. I will very quickly end with a brief reference to Tashid Desh. Raktakorbi he could not stage. Tashid Desh he did stage. First in 1935, and there was a wholesale revision of the play by 1938-39 when it was staged again. What is Tashid Desh about? The genesis, of course, as we all know, is from a short story, Ekti Ashari Borgo. The prince is transported to this land of cards. It's obviously a land of fantasy. But what happens? These card people, if you see, are under a system of governance that is imposed upon them from the top. But they have certain collective memories of their ledgers, of their customs. But the prince realizes that they are under a system which has been imposed from above. And therefore, the prince tries to remove that system. He has a different vision. নীলের কোলে শ্যামল সেদী প্রবাল দিয়ে ঘেরা শৈল চূড়ায় নীর বেঁধেছে সাগর বিহঙ্গেরা. That is his vision. It is not his land. Where he hails from, there is also repression. Therefore, he has wanted to move away from there. He has come to the card land, where there is also repression. He imagines a different land. He imagines a different community. Niler kore probal shamol shedi. And this is the land of Shatrajar Thon Manik, which he will bring up from there. This is what he's trying to say. And therefore, he's trying to infuse the card people with this spirit. And very interestingly in this play, it is the women who revolt first, Horoduri first, led by the other card women, and finally the queen. Eki Rani Bedi, উঠে পড়লে যে তোমারও মন চঞ্চল হয়েছে, মনে হচ্ছে চঞ্চল হয়েছে. And they flout the rule of patriarchy, the rule that is there. And of course, in Tashid Desh, unlike Raktakorbi, the system collapses very, very easily. The king, the priest, and the Shampadok, the religious leader and the cultural leader, and the political leaders, the king himself, they're given to this new power of the will. That is what the prince instills into the card people. Ichche, ichche. Shei to bhangche, shei to gorche, shei to dichche, dichche. This idea of Atto Shakti. I need to arouse my will, my willpower from within. Is this a fairy tale? Or is this a play about decolonization? A decolonization of the mind, of the community, of the nation. That is what Tashid Desh ultimately is. So far for my presentation, but if you just give me 10 minutes, I just have some visuals, and maybe these visuals will speak better than me. This is Visharjan. The one on the left is from the early Visharjan production of 1890s, when he played the old Raghupati. And you will see how the play is littered with realistic details, even of a leopard skin, Bak Chal. And there was an idol of the goddess Kali on the stage. It was a very heavy idol. Rabindranath was supposed to, that is Raghupati, was supposed to remove it. Actually, he was supposed to give it a shove, and they would have just pulled it away. He forgot. And he picked it up and sprained his back for this particular production. There were several productions at that point of time, in the 1890s. The second one, the other photo, is a 1923 Visharjan, when he's playing the young Raghupati. And if you can take a look at that, if you can see those details of the stage, it is a cubist stage design, designed by Bogolendra Nath. He's already shifting from his early, very similitude in stage realism towards a different kind of stage setting. This is from Phalguni. The one on the left, Rabindranath playing the young Kobi Shekhar. He had a beard, a black beard for this role. This is, of course, Rabindranath's artist's impression of Rabindranath in that role. And the other one, of course, is with the cast of Phalguni. And again, Rabindranath in the same play played the Antho Baul. And then, of course, he has to be only himself with his white beard and so on and so forth. This is Noti Puja. On the left, you have the design of Nandolal, the costume design. Nandolal's daughter played the first Noti, Gauri Boshu. And the second, of course, is Abhijit Sen's artist's impression. Again, a small bit I need to point out here. After the success of Noti Puja, there was discussion of taking this to Kolkata for performance. There was a murmur within Shantiniketan, Bhadrabari meye giye Kolkata stage nachbe. This was something that happened in Shantiniketan. Rabindranath went straight to Nandalal's wife, Gauri's mother, to ask for permission. Shubira Devi, she was very, very clever. She said, Natok apnar. Prashungsha hole apnar hobe, ninde hole apnar hobe. And she left it at that. And Rabindranath, to tide over the problem, when he staged the play in Kolkata, he created a male character of Upali and played that role himself. And so nobody had anything else to say. There was Rabindranath himself on the stage with the girl students. This is Noti Puja, the film version. And there, the one on the right, you will see Rabindranath in the very last scene, giving his offerings to the dead Srimati on the stage. This is Tashit Desh. The one on the left, again, a design of the costume by Nandalal Boshu. The one on the right, Rabindranath, the cast of the play. And the final is Chitrangada. Incidentally, since that problem about girls playing, or even of mixed casting, girls and boys playing together, since these issues were being raised, Rabindranath made it a point to seat himself on the stage. And by presenting himself on the stage, he kind of gave a legitimacy to the performance. In fact, reviews of the Times did mention that his very presence makes the stage human. In this Chitrapada production, of course, he was reading from certain excerpts of the play, but even on other occasions, particularly for the dance dramas, while the singers were sitting at the back, as you can see in that photograph, Rabindranath himself had taken a seat by the side. And by that, he was giving a kind of legitimation to the performance. But he had therefore brought theatre over a long distance from what he himself had started out with, the experimentations of colonial theatre, and to a different kind of theatre altogether. A post-colonial paradigm had been set. Thank you very much.